Rahubat Moisar, and welcome to another live reading. Our scroll for today will be The Master's Secret, series number 24, entitled The 24 Elders. Now, before we get started, we're going to start by acknowledging our master teacher. We're going to acknowledge our master teacher's mother, who we recognize as our matriarch who sits in Sirius. Our matriarch, Mary Aba Ocran, all right, who just recently had a birthday and supports us in our vernal equinox fast, which we're going through right now. All right, so we're in day 8, all right, and it's doing so much. There's so much beautiful things that's happening in the tribe. I see as the standards, as we raise our standards, you know, that's an internal job, and also you'll see it by external fruits that we produce. I'm very proud of the various stores that I'm seeing right now that's helping the sisters, and some stores, sisters and the brothers, to work on raising their standards by giving away attire to those who can't afford it, so that we can be more, all right, and of an embodiment of what we should be. All right. So it's all going hand in hand, and I feel the support. And that comes from our mother, right? Which represents unconditional love, which you have for yourself and each other. And that's one of the keys of healing. All right. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. And you know, when you see your brother or sister and you see that their crown is crooked, you don't have to announce to the entire world that their crown is crooked when you help them out. All right. And also your secret battles that you're overcoming. We're all rooting for each other because we all have them. All right. And it's time to heal and reform ourselves. So let's stand up and do that with our breath. All right. Because we're all healing from something if we're honest with ourselves. All right. And you leave this space to heal. All right. And apply what you know. As you know better, you do better. And each one teach one. So start by that first confirmation is you. All right. And you start with your very breath. All right. And you're going to assess. All right. And our color is also gold. Our color for our vernal equinox is gold, which we'll explain. All right. As we go. All right. So you're going to assess with your very breath. All right. Because the first reality is you. And as you need, whenever you need that support, whenever you need that guidance, whenever you need that wisdom, and you want that to tap into the soul of Yanun, you're going to imagine the powered symbol. And you're going to take a deep breath in and breathe out. All right. Not just a deep breath, but a smile breath. And you're going to remember being in complete union with yourself, using all parts of your lungs as you tap into your full potential. All right. So it's not just about deep breathing. That's where the breath starts, but allow it to expand also from down, out, and all the way up. All right. So now you know that you're doing the deep breath, you're doing the mid breath, you're doing also the upper breath, and you have tapped into your full expansion through your breath. And you're going to take a deep breath in, and you're going to say, Apta Paa Taraq la Hereafter Yanun. Apta Pa Baabaa Yaanun, which means open the way to the soul of Yanun. Rawuk, soul. Rawuk also interchangeable with soul being the breath of life, the spark of life. All right. You're tapping into that wisdom from that initial spark. All right. All the way from your spark, all the way to that initial spark. All right. That we all expand from. Open the door towards him. All right. And as we look at our master teacher as a living, breathing example, embodiment, flesh and blood like you. All right. From us, sent to us. All right. Back to us. This is our story. And you see yourself, all right, as Bob is a living embodiment of the potential of what we aspire to. So as you say, open the door towards the spark of life, the soul of Yanun, open the door towards him. You're going to remember yourself, who you really are. Because notice that who is interchangeable with him and also who, the creative force. All right. So you're talking about yourself, who you are, not what you became, all that you had to face, all that you've been through, and all that you had to adapt from that moment to moment, that season. And as we go through our seasons, all right, and we do what's appropriate in the season, we don't forget who we are. All right, so it's about who you are. That's where your power is, not what you have become. And you feel supported. All right, as you tap into the wisdom of powers, that's our sacred symbol. All right, our master overseer is powers, because what is greater than powers? And you see yourself, all right, as power is in you, and you are empowered, and you share in that wisdom. That's why you say, I share all that I have as long as you share. I will give you all that I have as long as you share it with me, because you're sharing with powers, something that you're a part of. All right. So feel supported in your breath. All right. Feel yourself aligned, because it's alignment time. That's what it's all about. And it starts from your zero time reference, which is you. And as you tap into that inner sun, you tap into that outer reality. That's all around you. That's always been there, supporting you. All right. So breathe in that love, wisdom, support, and hold it. And exhale that same wisdom, love, support, healing, and guidance to your fellow brothers and sisters. And that's the proper way to breathe. All right. So this is important as we're going through our fast, as you work to clean yourself up inside out and outside in, and realize that the outer reality is really a testimony of what's going on internally. All right, as we get past these illusions of separation. All right, because it's all about divide and conquer. So if you want to go back to victory, you go back to the all. All right, and you see where everything plays its proper place, and you accept everything in its proper place. Why? Because you are in your right space and time. I shook. All right. So all that was taken from Baabaa Yaanun and from living life as well, the confirmations of living life. All right. Because the most universal things is actually the most personal. All right. So I shook to our master teacher who brings us all together. All right. So let's acknowledge our master teacher. All right. Who brings us together for the purpose of renewing our story. All right. And that is a testimony of our shook. All right. The fact that we can heal is a testimony of our shook. All right. And we're going to say, Abdul Kalal Tapolorat, Wufa Kur Visamus Papaut. Begin our prayers and thinking by using the or expanding. Now you know that your nose itself is a thing of or expanding. Start with your breath. Baror, 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 nabab nadar muktad. Nahuts muktad badid patah. Nahuts muklas badid Yaanun. Holy, holy, holy. Master Overseer Almighty. Master Overseer Almighty, the Almighty. All right. Or the might of all. All right. And our most sacred symbol, notice that the bridge towards salvation takes us back to Pa'ut. That is our all, our mighty overseer. All right. The all. All right. No God except Patah. Patah. All right. The very thing of opening. All right. Or the idea of opening, all right? And you use a thing of opening. You have a miptah, all right, which sits right above our nose as we tap into the rawuk, the breath of life, the very spirit of Yanun, all right? And you become a mupta. Why? Because ashuk is the key, but it is you who opens the door, all right? And ashuk is the key, but it is our heart that is the lock, all right? So open your heart and you become a mupta. You become a thing of opening. And you take responsibility for your fate, all right? No savior except Yanun, because you cannot lie to yourself. I should. And I affirm that I am in the divine love of the all expanding, and all divine love is in me. Paa Taraq. Anuki Jawef Pa Ashuk and Pa Pahut. Wu Halal Ashuk Kawun Jawef Niya. Anuki Kasamun and Pa Pahut. Wu Pa Pahut Kawun Kasamun and Niya. Anuki Wahu Ame Pa Pahut. Wu Pa Pahut Kawun Wahu Ame Niya. Nakok Kador Naja Ame Kasam En Pa Pahut. Wu Chabu Ame Mushkas Nakok Kador Kawan Kalau Pafef Nakok Ayo Jawef Pa Pahut. Ame wase ame ayani kawun lake bako jawef Pa Pahut. Anuki abed biye nafashni. Pa Pahut kawun anuki. Pa Pahut kador nakuk kador. Pa Pahut amol nakuk amol. The all is, I am, Ashuk. They are me and I am them. Lahehum manehnu. Lahehum manehnu. Antum ate karebhum. Antum ate karekum. Antum ate karenum. Antum ate jawef niya. Antum ate niyahu anukihu. Ya ye al shukreye. Ashmu jayehnu. Ya ye nataru aufuknun. Nahun ater mukhrarukum. Ya ye nataru aufuknun. 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 Ya ye natarunun. Anun. Atun. Atun. Amun. Tawakum Nadarunun for your unconditional love. And Tawakum for incarnating our master teacher, flesh and blood like us, living and breathing like us, for this day and time, for the purpose of renewing our story as one mind, one people, one soul, one body. Tawakum for the very scroll that we will be reading today that was sent down for our very information itself, all right, as a guidance and a healing. And we accept this guidance and a healing. This is our scroll for today. And we accept that this book is the truth and the way. Panin misfak hawun, pasawabu Paa Taraq, ze kawuna na zulala he amtkum. Mane maspatu masa'a, ama hadea mumuda ma'u. Mane musafukum. Unataru Arjulaye nafashukum Alfukshane kaunkum Pasawabu Paa Taraq Padeamu Padama Nahun Tawuantkum Lahe panenda malu shafe Nahun Tawuantkum Lahe tem nasoinu Nahun Tawuantkum Lahe ashakuma Antkum ate muslafunu Nahun ate mukrarukum Nahun salub nasarkuma Nahun salub nasarkuma Ansanun kahena taru Ansanun muslafunu Nahun ate muspatu Anun Atum Atum Amun. We are Sabians. Tawakum Nadarunun. Wumundaru. Tawatak Mundar Baabaa Yaanun. In the personage of His Excellency, Dr. Malachi York Ocran, Zeddy, who brings us all together. And Tawakum Moisar, all right, as we are doing our very best to transform into the very best versions of ourselves and our one collective body. And I appreciate each and every one who's doing your very best in your individual journey, which is part of our collective story. And Tawakum to Muslafu, our ancestors, for supporting us thus far, because we're still here. All right. So this is our scroll that we will be reading today. All right. The 24 elders. Let's look at the cover. All right. As we're taking a deep breath in. All right. This scroll, especially during a fast, especially during a vernal equinox fast, it's like you see us as we were affectionately called mummies, all right, as we were in a sleep state, as we wake up, all right, because we know that the mitzvah is about spiritual awakening, all right, your inner consciousness, all right, that awareness. We were in a sleep state. It's now time to wake up and rise from our tombs, all right, and become who we need to be. All right. So you see us taking in the very breath of life. All right. That spark as we round ourselves out. All right. Because we have 24 to 24,000 cycles to round ourselves out. And it should be an aspiration all right? In this physical, in this physical lifetime, one of the highest aspirations that I feel, all right, is to become a 24 elder, all right? And people think the 24 elders, like I want to be one of the 24. And I see it as also one that has taken time to round their stories out, all right? So you become a well-rounded individual, all right, as you polish yourself, all right? So that's what AEO, for example, was all about. And that's what the master secrets are all about, all right? So it's about mastering your own craft, all right? And your craft itself is even your body. Your body itself is considered a craft, all right? Because a craft is anything that takes energy from one point to another point, all right? You can have biological crafts, you can have artificial crafts. The human body itself is a craft, all right? A little bit about the author, all right? So take time and see what speaks to you, all right? In the scroll, as you align yourself, you see Sirius on this side, you see Orion on this side, all right? You see the feminine and masculine working harmoniously, respecting each other. You see that. You see all of this. All right. And it's like you could just keep looking at it. So just look at the cover. A little bit about the author. Baabaa Yaanun, the master teacher. His Excellency Malachi York Ocran, born, Kabina means born on Tuesday. All right. On June 26, 1945 AD in Ghana, Africa. And Baba, one of his many hats that he wears, all right, and his relationship to us is transmitter, all right, to transmit a message. And notice Baba's coordinates as he taps in, all right, to the wisdom and shares it with us, all right. So that's what your cells do in your body. You have your neurotransmitters. And as the opener, his job is to spark you, and your job is to respond, all right? As you see the scroll of eyes, all right? And you see my eyes, all right? And everything coming together, all right? So let's all read this together, all right? Let's get right into our reading. The Master's Secret, and feel free, everyone, to unmute at any time if anything inspires you. The Master's Secret, Paa Taraq, Mugdalu, the 24 elders, all right? And then you could read Revelations, chapter 19, verses 1 through 10. 1. Le Antkum, for you all. This is Baabaa Yaanun, known also over time as Atum Reye, and I am speaking to the selected elders who round about my throne as the center. 2. 24 in all for the hours and day and shadow hours, 12 Ashat females and 12 Ayashat males as our timekeepers for the next 24,000 years. 24 beings with the one supreme being. 3. Each who have reached their physical earth age of 54 and up, unless the loss of reason. 4. This Kawak planet is called Sector 24. It is based on that number, and is locked between the numbers 26 for the precession of 26,000 years for the new axis of the planet, and the equinox of 24,000 years. All right. So just so you know the difference between a precession and an equinox, the precession is a wobble. So when things spin, for example, everything in nature, your cells, planets, they all don't spin just perfectly. They all spin with a little wobble. All right. And it takes 26,000 years for Earth to complete one wobble. So we measure the precession with 26,000. So we just completed a wobble, all right, which is like one, I would call it a heartbeat, all right. And then we have the equinox, all right. And the equinox measures how long it takes to journey around something, all right. So it took us 24,000 years, all right. So we completed that too. So you have two cycles interchangeably finishing, all right. So 5, the time when the sun crosses the equator, all right. So the axis of the planet and the equinox of 24,000 years, the time when the sun crosses the equator, which relates to the planet's circumference, the line or belt around the planet, which equals to 24,896.6 miles, just as time of day is 24 hours. All right. A little note for your back pocket that the equator isn't always exactly the same, because the same way that you inhale and exhale, the planet also expands and contracts as well, because the planet itself is alive. All right. So a lot of times, if you take a deep breath and you put a tape measure, it will be slightly bigger than when you exhale and take a tape measure. All right. So that'll be around about 24,896.6 miles, just as the time of day is 24 hours. So the planet equals 1 mile to equal 1,000 years of the 24,000 years, 1 hour. And the creatures and first humanoids grown on this planet have 24,000 genomes. All right. So the originators have 24,000 genomes. All right. Did you know that Africans have a more complete genome than other people? All right. That's how they know, scientists know that Africans are older. All right. So the number goes back to 24. So it's the perfect roundabout genomes. Nothing's missing. All right. Like the planet, they perfectly aligned, perfect genetics. All right. So 24 genome, and 24 of them are used to record the future. All right. Also, I want to note the importance also of our just regular calendar year, because what's very powerful is when you start to you look at the bigger picture, and when you know something is alignment, then the smaller pieces should reflect the bigger picture. That's why people do hand reading, eye reading. Any part of your body could tell about the whole thing, all right? Because it's part of the whole thing. So it should have the same pattern of the whole thing. And that's why we can utilize the very year to signify what's going on in the bigger picture. So we can go through a 24,000 cycle, all right, in 1 year, all right, by going through the seasons. All right. And that's why we use this to our advantage. We're in the vernal equinox. All right. And we're going through that equinox where the day and night, all right, should be equal. That's why they call it equinox, equal day and equal night. All right. And from after tomorrow, which is today is the 19th of March. So tomorrow will be March 20th, all right, 2025. After tomorrow, the days are just going to get longer until it peaks. And at the peak, that's when we'll be at the solstice. So at the peak of the day, that'll be solstice. And then you start going back into decline. All right. So now we're going where the energy is being pulled back up. All right. So it's about coming back to life right now. So we can ride that the same way that it's the same thing that we're going through as we're leaving a sleep cycle. We're being pulled up. So it's very significant time. All right. And then we have our divine feminine supporting us with her energy right behind it. All right. Or right in front of it. All right. Ushering that in. All right. So notice that it's her energy that ushers in Baaba's energy. All right. Even in the way her birthday lined up. For example. So you just learn to start recognizing the patterns in nature. And then you'll see it play out in personal lives. And you're just really doing the job of that's you know what that's called? It's called ontology. That's the definition of ontologist. Ontologist. All right. So now you don't just have to passively wait. You can be proactive. All right. Because you start recognizing it's the science. Ontology is defined as science and knowing how the different sciences relate to each other. All right. And in a simple term. All right. So now you can see how this cup, it's just a random cup I picked up, relates to the growth cycles of time. All right. And if you can make that connection, all right, you can use this smaller pattern to tap into the larger patterns. All right. And that's a way of healing yourself. All right. So you notice the patterns of life. And now you don't see yourself as separate from them no longer. All right. Even your good times and bad times, your grief and your joys. All right. It's all part of that 24,000 cycle. All right. Your personal story is not that unique. It's unique because it's yours, but it's really not. It's a very universal thing. You were born. You love your mother, and that's your mother, and nobody better talk about your mother. But the reality is that's because it's your mother. But we all came through a mother. All right. So let's continue. All right. As we start to recognize patterns and where we fit in. So we're on verse 6. So the planet equals 1 mile to equal 1,000 years of the 24,000 years to 1 hour. And the creatures or first humanoids grown on this planet have 24,000 genomes. 7. So 24 of them are used to record the future of this race of sun-heated genes, the Nagaru Salil Negro race, the first world beings. And every 24,000 years, 24 elders renew our story for the next upcoming 24,000 years. One cycle of 6,000 years. All right. So notice that it's going to be broken in 4. All right. All right. Just like we have summer, all right, winter, fall, and spring. And notice that spring springs up the energy. Fall starts to drop down. Then we go into a rest. So fall represents your fall or death. And spring represents your rebirth. All right. Just even the words that they used, it wasn't a random thing. All right. Fall and spring. All right. So it's a constant rebirth, a renewal. All right. So the last 6,000 year cycle ended in the year 2000 AD from 400 BC because of its contractions and expansion, seized by heat, changed by by the sun, and cooling by the moon. All right. So now listen. So now when you look at the solstice and equinox, we understand all that. So we could relate it because that's something I think we all understand. So solstice, the summer solstice is when things come to its max. That's the maximum of how long the day could be. And you're going to have the shortest night. And that's going to be on June 21st. Most years, sometimes June 22nd. All right. And then the shortest day of the year, all right, when it declines and it recedes as far as it can go. That'll be December 21st. All right. And then you'll have the equinox when the day and night is the same, all right, on its way up or on its way down. So you have your ascending masters or your descending masters, all right, or your ascending energy. All right, so now Baaba's explaining why it ended in 2000, because what happened in 2000, the contraction or expansion ceased, so it got to its peak. All right, so that was the end of something, the beginning of something, because we know that time, when you look in our most sacred symbol, is a circle. So things aren't really on a timeline unless it's dead. It's on a time circle. So when it came to its expansion, it's just going to go to another octave or cycle again. All right. So the last 6,000 year cycle ended in the year 2000 AD from 4000 BC because of its contraction and expansion seized by heat change caused. I think it's supposed to say caused. There's a typo. All right. So caused. This should say caused. All right. So the contraction expansion caused by heat change by the sun and the cooling by the moon. 9. The 24 is 12 males, Kakabat stars, and 12 females, Yarakat moons, and the center Shamash sun. All right. So now let's just talk about equinox. You're going to have 12 equal, so they made it equal. So we know that Baal is talking about an equinox period of time. All right. Because he has Baabaa is using women to represent the shadow hours. So you have 12 female, and you're going to have 12 hours for the male. All right. So that represents right now. And if we were to talk about time, all right, that's what the equinox, the vernal equinox, takes us to the equal. Day hours, it should be 12 exact hours of daylight, 12 hours of, all right, shadow. All right. And then you have the central sun. All right. The 24 Mukdalu elders are called scientists. They as chosen to record our own story of rules of living by once every 24,000 years, and is chosen by a supreme being, the wisest among them in human form, a timekeeper, 24 hours a day, of 24 haru, 1 minute a year, or min and tut. All right. So you have min and tut. All right. And here har as well. 24 haru, or 1 minute, or 1 min and nut, min and nut. 24,000 years to bring about one complete renewal of our upcoming future. And the access of being 24, the access of being 23 and a half degrees, 23 and a half degrees related to our pairs of chromosomes. 23 plus 23 equals 46 chromosomes. All right. So you know that the axis of the planet and the axis of your very cells are 24. I keep saying 24. It's 23 degrees. All right. Because you know that the planet is not just spinning like this, it's on the axis. And the axis is 23 degrees. All right. And you happen to also have 23 chromosomes, and your cells are also on an axis of 23 and a half degrees. All right. So this relates to the 24 Mukdalu elders use Paa Taraq to record Pasabal, the pathway. All right. So use the way to record the pathway through the wormhole or Sarat's filament to the next dimension, if followed by Nuapians, Project 24 Earth. All right. So we have been given the way. All right. So we know that we will open the wormhole or the gateway if we follow the instructions. That's why Baabaa, we used to have 24 elders. Baabaa said no more 24 elders until he gets out. He'll hand select the 24 elders because people are playing games. All right. And there's nothing to play with. All right. Because they have the power to close that wormhole. All right. And our elders are very, very important in our culture. All right. Because they set the tone. All right. So they can misguide people and lead them to nowhere. And they'll be wandering in space, for example. All right. So notice that the elders use Paa Taraq to record Pasabal, the pathway. All right. It's not about you going to an elder and you tell them your problem. I need help with this. Next thing you know, your problem is gossip throughout the whole tribe. All right. We don't need those kind of elders. All right. So 12. Others also have 24,000 genomes, yet most of theirs is junk DNA, not used. Only the Nagaru Negroid race has the ability to activate and use all 24,000 genomes and become one omniverse again, as is I am. The humanoid race or Negroid's soul weighs 24 grams. I am in the love of the all, and all love is in me as the all. All right. So now we just got another jewel, which I feel like I forgot. So Baabaa just told you that all races have the 24,000 genomes, all races, but only the Nagaru has the ability to reactivate and use all of them. All right. So that's one of our goals, to activate your full potential. All right. Another scroll, Baabaa explained that others may be cut off. There's actual cuts and snips in the DNA where you will find blocks in the Nagaru DNA. So you can remove those blockages. All right. And that's why we've been given all these tools on how to do that. Fasting is one of them. All right. Chancing is another one of them. There's so many things. All right. Eating at the right time, rounding yourself, getting in tune with your circadian rhythm. All right. And here the word circadian as in circle. All right. Now you're regulated by Pa Nadadu or natural nature. Your body knows when to use the restroom. It knows when to wake up. It knows when to activate this hormone. It knows when to engage that hormone. It's in tune. All right. So also, let's see, on 13, each 24 elder, and another thing to point out. So only the Nagaru race has the ability to activate and use all 24 genomes and become one omniverse again. We learn the difference between a universe and the omniverse. All right. So we learn that the universe we can say is F. All right. Takes us back to planet Earth. Or wherever you are, your space and time and what's going on in that universe, because we are all each a universe within ourselves. All right. Compassion is really what opens up the omniverse or resonance. All right. Because when you say universe, the key word is uni, what mean one verse. All right. You're one verse of many. And even in one verse, you could break it down further. When you say omni means all. All right. So by tapping into the one, you can actually tap into all. And you have the wisdom, all right, from all that ever was, all that ever will be, all right, in all dimensions. All right. So that's omniverse. All right. So only the Nagaru has the ability to become one omniverse again. All is I am. All right. So notice Baabaa doesn't take you to a successor. All right. He takes you back to Pa'ut all. So it's in our best interest. It's in our best interest to remind each other of our own, each person's own divinity. All right. Because the first reality is you. So don't mistake what your brother knows for what you know. You also take time to know it. And then you resonate together. All right. You can't just blend in around smart people. You have to become one of the smart people too. And it's not just about memorizing things. It's about going and getting your own activation, because that's nothing you can fake. You can't fake that. You can't just fit in. Or if everybody's chanting on key and you're out of key, it's not like you're going to just blend in. You're going to throw it off. All right. Or you just won't be resonating. All right. So you go back to that wisdom of omniverse. All right. Each elder, we're on verse 13, can and will lose their seat if they violate Paa Taraq, the way of their mind or health or reason. All right. So it's nothing you could just like, oh, I'm the elder. All right. There's conditions, and you respect the conditions, and you keep yourself in the right condition. And we're conditioning ourselves right now. All right. So that's why there's no elders right now. Baabaa would select his elders, all right, those who will not violate their own health, all right, reason, all right, their mind, all right. Each of the 24 Mugdalu elders can be replaced by another of the same gender if they do not act the parts of a respected Mugdal, aged male elder, or Mugdal Tats, aged female elder. All 24 are equal in all ways. No head or leader except the supreme being, Yanun. All right. So this goes back to cooperation. All right. And remembering yourself in all, as all. All right. So no, well, let's continue reading. 16. All appointed can be replaced for the exact same reasons as above, can be voted out by Pa Nuwapu tribe of Yamasee Creek Nuwapian Nation congregation members, except Pa Baabaa Yaanun, Pa Mukbat, the center. All right. So you can lose your seat by violating, all right, what you should be doing. And you can also lose your seat if the people vote you out. All right. Any and all members of the Pa Athun Rabu Mugdalu, the 24 elders, can be replaced by votes if they don't act the parts of this Sajal record you are reading now. All right. We Nuwapians are physically matriarchal tribe of people with full respect. United Nuwapian Nation, Yamasee, tribe of Aboriginal, a government of retained sovereign under Mumkak Kamim Bananu Akkad, Chief Black Thunder Eagle, the seated president as of June 26, 1992 AD, the submission of our own constitution. All right. 1992. Okay. And if I'm not mistaken, this is also when Baabaa we were officially recognized as sovereign, because Baabaa on record at that time. All right. 19. With full acknowledgement of the sacred feminine at all times. Feminine, birth mother at 9 moons. As the circle of 24, you are our timekeepers when consciousness is activated for your 0 time reference in the Raham womb of the 6th month or 24 weeks when a being becomes aware. All right. If you ever like watch a development of a fetuses, for example, like a child, if the child's born after 6 months, for example, they could do a lot better because there's a lot. Their consciousness is already there. Their self-awareness. All right. After 6 months, 6 to 9 months, they're perfecting themselves. All right. As the circle of 24, and Baba's also explaining why the woman is so sacred to us in our tribe. All right, because this is all happening. Everybody's journey is that's gonna all be the same in our mother's womb. All right. And she's our record keeper. All right. Why is she our record keeper? Because the mitochondrial DNA, which is never mixed, is passed directly to the child. All right, from her. As the circle of 24, you are our judges and our rules. You are our judges of our rules as found in Paa Taraq. As a circle of 24, you are our story keepers, not our judges over Nuwapians. All right, let's read that again. As a circle of 24, you are our story keepers, only not our judges over Nuwapians. As a circle of 24 plus 20, as a circle of 12 plus 12, whom are 24, you are our Matatu adopted mothers and our Yababu adopted fathers. You are equal gender-wise and must know our tribal rules, cultural customs, and rituals and live by them. All right, so now we learn the standards, all right, by which the elders are to hold themselves to even qualify to be an elder. All right. 24. Each has made the journey around Paa Taraq the planet Earth, 1 mile for each 1,000 years, the circumference of our teachings, around and back again. The day of truth, 24 hours. All right. So you know what I heard in that? I heard that a lot of time lessons have to come full circle. All right. So each elder has had a time to live and had their confirmations in life play out. All right. And a lot of time you had time to round out that story or that lesson. All right. So each has made the journey around Paa Taraq the planet Earth, 1 mile for each 1,000 years, the circumference of our teachings, around and back again. The day of truth, 24 hours. Each knowing this knows our Lamadat teachings, Hadab culture, Taruk Shalil Anak way of life, be they new or old timers. All right. So now you can become an elder. You know how people are trying to hold things like, oh, newcomers, then there's a newcomer. Oh, that's an old timer. That's irrelevant. All right. Because you can have an old timer that don't really know our culture. All right. They may live in past things, or they don't take the time to master those standards. All right. So a lot of time lessons, you can see the patterns and cycles in life. All right. And if you can see that in our teachings, whether you're new or old, what difference does it make? All right. Do you qualify to be an elder? That's the question. All right. So let's read that again. Each knowing this knows our Lamadat teachings, Hadab culture, Taruk Shalil Anak way of life, be they new or old timers. 26. The true school did not start in Ansar times, in the 1970s, which closed with the Holy Tablets. Yet much before 1970 AD, back to 1963 AD, as Wunuwap under Amanub or Amanabab Reye Akak Pata or Amanubi Reakta, lost in many religious schools for years and raised again as Wunuwap after 2000 AD. All right. So Baba came 1970, 1963. All right. Or 1963 to 1970. All right. He assessed that we wasn't ready for what he came. So he went through the schools of what we wanted from 1970, which opened the Ansar, which is not what he came to teach. All right. So there was a break, but there was still jewels sprinkled in. All right. Because I still read some of the scrolls from that time because there's still jewels, there's still universal things there. But it opened back up for us in 2000. All right. So when everybody's holding things over people's head, Baba said everybody got to really start over. All right. Because who he really is, you get to see who he really is, not what you wanted him to be. All right. So yet, much before 1970 AD, back to 1963 AD, as Wunuwap, under Amun Nabab Reye Akak Pata, or Amanub Reakta, lost in many religious schools for years, then raised again as Wunuwap after 2000 AD. Each knows Wunuwap is found in Pa Madatat, the words, Pa Hakaktal Hakakat, the actual facts, and Paa Taraq, the way. Our own scriptures of sound right reasoning, the highest of reasoning of Taha earth, today, given you by a deity in the flesh, all right, or given to you by a deity in the flesh. Baabaa Yaanun, myself, the supreme being of this time. All right. So, as I'm reading Baba Scrolls, I had a certain level of reasonability, but definitely after coming across a Baba Scroll, he definitely upgraded, and had me tap deeper into my potential. All right. And it's still happening. It's still happening. So this is the highest form of reasoning, all right, that has been given to us at this time. Each of Pa Atun Rabu Mukdamu, the 24 elders who sit around my throne, know the tone of my Sawat's voice in person and in vision. All right. So they have a physical and they will have a etheric connection as well. All right. Each of Pa Atan, Rabu, Mugdalu, the 24 elders, look to Pa Sabatat, the Sirius star system, the chamber in the south, and Pa Sahat, the Orion star system, to see the ninth gate open at the northeast corner. All right. The northeast corner. All right. So we have wow. Okay. So I can already see it. So that's the female symbol, which is the south. All right. And notice that it would be an X in the south, which looks like a female symbol. And the northeast corner is going to take you up here. All right. That's the mill. That's northeast. And then you look to the skies. All right. All right. To see the ninth gate open. All right. And then ninth gate, we already know from other scrolls that 9 and 0 are interchangeable. All right. Because 9 also represents a circle. All right. Let's continue though. So they will hear my voice speaking because you have 360. Well, just to explain why 9 is a circle. Because 360 is a circle. So 3 plus 6 plus 0 is 9. All right. And then also when you add any value to 9 and you want to go back to the base number, all right. So let's say you say 9 plus 3. 9 plus 3 equals 12. 1 plus 2 is going to equal 3. All right. So 9 plus 3 equals 12. And if you want to go back to the base number, you'll go back to 3. So you'll notice that when you deal with base numbers, when you add 9 onto it, it doesn't change the value. All right. Just like 0. So 0 plus 3 equals 3. 9 plus 3 equals 3. All right. When it comes to going back to base numbers. All right. So when it comes to rounding out that circle. All right. So to see the ninth gate open at the northeast corner, they will hear my voice speaking to them to come up unto me to a place I have prepared for you. Let me reveal to you what is to come in time as Mukatu, timekeepers. All right. So we see the elders have a big job in front of them. First off, they must know his voice. And when it's time to lead people, they must be able to lead people. And there's been so many fakers amongst us. All right. And that's why we have to have that discernment. And discernment starts with first being honest with yourself, because if you're lying to yourself, you will be you'll disturb all the truth around you. It's easier to deceive somebody who lies to themselves. All right. If you don't know something, you don't have to pretend that you know. Say I don't know. That's really one of the keys to your divinity. Be okay with not knowing. That's how you can actually find out. All right. So 31. They will hear my voice speaking to them to come up unto me to a place I have prepared for you. 32. Let me reveal to you what is to come in time as Morkatu timekeepers. 33. I will Lamus touch you and give you to Sharub drink of the Kabai cup of the Wamyal Anak, eternal life, and transform you into Ha spirit, ether, form, to show you Mrazak, Rizq, and Malal, Ilyun. I am Trust Mixus. Okay, Trust Megastus. All right. I am Trust Megastus. Thrice times as 9 in one essence. All right. So 3 times in one essence. All right. Who are those 3 beings? 1. Isa al-Hadi al-Mahdi. 2. Al-Qadir. 3. Al-Kubt. Also 1. Melchizedek. 2. Michael. 3. Murdoch. Also 1. Ningazita. 2. Galzu. 3. Paa Yaanun in Malachi York Ocran. All right. So Yaanun, the being inside of the body of Malachi. Behold, Pa Ashash, the throne in Sahat, the Orion star system. 36. Take your seat around about it, as I sit in its center as Pa Kabat, the center. 37. Behold, my true form and likeness. Emerald green illumination encircles my throne, the northeast corner. 38. And you are surrounding, I, Ashash, my throne. You will receive your Nabet's gold crown. 39. And you will receive your true form of illumination. 40. You 24, listen and hear. Look and see this most supreme abode in Pa Sahat, the Orion star system. From it comes all Mayayat, waters, and Anak life, which is Wakut's time. A great sound of A major, F major, and C major, a Nafarmul, beautiful song of those who are there. Sing the new song, 9 in all. All right. A flat, A sharp, A major, and then you have F flat, F sharp, and F major, C flat, C sharp, and C major. Behold the Tasu Nararats, 9 fires. Behold the Tasu Mayayats, 9 waters. Behold the Tasu Sawavat, 9 winds. Behold the Tasu Tahahat, 9 earths. Behold the Tasu Madayat, 9 materials. All right. So I'm already hearing that even the notes itself are rounded out. All right. Because you have in the center, which would be the major, it's not flat, it's not sharp. If you lean one way or another in a note, you'll be flat or you'll be sharp. And flat is represented by the male. All right. Sharp is represented by the female. And neutral is represented by the major. All right. So we have three notes, FAC. And then we even have 3 tones in those notes. All right. So behold the 9 forms of the Tasu Nadaru overseers, all right? The 9 overseers. All in 9 moments, 9 seconds, 9 minutes, 9 hours, 9 days, 9 weeks, and 9 months. All right. Why? The same way that you can see all of that taking place, the years, all right? From our one seasonal year, like we have our yearly equinox, and then we have our galactical equinox. But you can tap into the galactical equinox right from your yearly equinox, all in the same moment, all right? Because it's the same pattern, all right? That's why we use the patterns to our favor, if we can recognize them. 49, come from behind the 9 balls called Kawakats, planets, and remove your physical Jasad flesh and Daman blood. All right. How we're going to become Etherians. All right. Baba explains in the dimensional shift. So we know that there's some type of dimensional shift happening in that moment. All right. That all the 24 elders that be selected, that they are in tune with. Come from behind the 9 balls called Kawakats, planets, and remove your physical Jasad flesh and Daman blood. Enter into timeless times and spaceless space. Dawamyal, eternal. Behold true Takwan existence. 52. Behold creatures of the Taha earths, world all watching and looking in all directions. The first you all see is the great many katatat, felines. The second you all see is the great many bukaru, bovines. All right, like cows and things like that, those type of animals. The third you all see is the great many humanu, humanoids. And the fourth you all see is the great many tuyarat, fowls. All right. So anybody who's familiar with the Egyptian bury, when they take out the organs, notice that they put the organs in those buried animals. You'll see their faces. One of a cat, one of some type of cow. All right. One of a human and one of a bird. All right. 57. These are on the land and fly in the patatat skies. All of these are from the great many aquatic creatures of Wahen, Maya, first water. When covered this Zarek Kawak, planet Earth, or the blue planet, Hasmuni, the blue planet, Zarek, blue, Kawak planet, Taha, Earth, to become amphibians, Mukbarats, amphibians. All right, amphibian can go into the water and on land. 59, behold, the glory of your Taldad, conception, and physical Tamwat, extinction, only to be returned to this most holy place. All right. So we're going through the whole cycle of life from our very conception as a species. All right. Is going to come to a point. All right. That species goes to extinction, only to be returned what? To the holy place. All right. Same way that you eventually, when you serve your purpose, all right, you go on to your next state. All right. For us, our reality doesn't start in the body. It starts way before that. All right. So there's going to come a time where humanity will grow past their bodies. The same thing happened on Sirius C, Sirius star system. It was a dying star system. And it got to the point where the people achieved so much in their physical lives that they no longer needed the bodies. And many of them became Etherians, all right? And many of them had to go to other places, all right? Because maybe they weren't ready, so they had to go to another physical place, all right? They wasn't ready to become an Etherian. Maybe they had an assignment. And Baabaa explains the different jobs of what happened to the different beings on Sirius. And some faded because they were too physical. So they faded with the old paradigm. All right, so behold the glory of your Talgad conception and physical Tamwat extinction, only to be returned to this most holy place. You are welcome, you are welcome, you are welcome, welcome. Yet as judges who judge others, you must first be judged by Pa Nadaru, the overseers. 62. I am incarnate to you, Nuwapu Nuwapians, to give you, Nuwap, Wunuwap, your own way of life. Accept or reject it, your choice. And Nuwapui, Nuwapik, your own language. Yet you will not get another chance. This is your last. To each people have been sent a Murzar warner. You Nagaru Negroids, Afafrei Kaahu Africans, I am your final warner, the only one of my kind. Many have come to you over the years, and each only taught the Zaham religious opinions, or the religion or opinion, or ways of other than your own Nagar Negroid natural nature. Many of your own Kamem Salah black race, others Arabu or Murabu Arabs mixed race, and even others Kakasu or Mukasu Caucasoids, or Laben Salalu white races. 67. I was born in flesh of the Ewe tribe. Let me see if there's any. Let me see. Zamatat Linky. How are you, my sister? Do you mind unmuting for a minute? I have a question for you.
Rahobad Zamaltat.
So you know that I hear people pronouncing it different ways, and I just wonder how would you pronounce it? EWE of the Ewe tribe. All right, of their kind.
In my turn, I would say airway.
Airway. Okay, that's what we're saying. All right, Tawahat, Zamal. All right. 67. I was born in flesh of the Iwi tribe, the Akan clan of Ghana, West Africa, and of the Bassa tribe of Liberia out of the east and into the west on June 26, 1945 AD, the year that the heavens could take no more of the abuse of you Nagaru Negroids, and the very planets which was originally given to you, the first, and you will be the last. 68. Many from among our Salah race, Nagaru Negroids, mean well and meant well. 67. Many even I could believe, and Akuda believed what they taught or what they teach of others' religions from outside of our birthplace, the best and richest place on earth, Afafrei Ka, Africa, and before the continental drift of Pangea. All right. Pan meaning, all of them, and Gea, when everything was all connected. All right, it was known as Pangea. All right. So before the continental drift, we were here. All right. 70. Until the Dawel, evil, lustful races came to our land and transformed most of it to famine, disease, and poverty, and claimed parts as his own by force, and spread his disease of leprosy in our genes. 71. Reject that notion. For the Dawal Salal evil race of people, Adamu, Adamites, Canites, Shethites, Enochites, Giborites, Canaanites, Kakasu, and those who worship their image, has come to an end in the year 2000 AD. All right. Look around the world. We've been 25 years into their downfall. It's just going down from there. All right. And those of us who live still in their image, all right, those of us who are returning to ourselves, you're going to see our progress. All right. Those who want to stay with them, they're going to try to use you as food, all right, to keep their dying system going. All right. 72. The Caucasoid Caucasoid race of cursed lepers, time to rule, dominion of 6,000 years ago from 4,000 BC, starting the 6th Tammuz month, the 6th day of the year, 3,761 BC, with the birth of their Adam. In Job chapter 14, verses 1, Genesis chapter 1, verses 26 through 27, and Quran chapter 3, verses 30, mischief makers. It is our time to return to Africa, and to bring all we have been made to learn and use it to rebuild a united Africa for Africa, Negaru Negroids. All right, I'm picturing, I forgot the symbol that they call it. Maybe they call it the Sankofa symbol in Ghana, and they may have it in different places as well. And you see it's the bird that the seed, he's putting the seed back on his back. Actually, I think I have the symbol. I have to go get it. That's morning. All right. So that's that symbol. And what this symbolizes is to return to yourself. Really, that's really what it symbolizes. All right. And you see like Chief Black Thunderbird Eagle, all right, as we started talking about the Yamasee tribe, all right, as we are here throughout this diaspora. What's our goal? To go back to Africa, all right? And there's a symbol, all right? Go back and rebuild your own. Go back and rebuild your own, all right? From which you come is which you return, all right? So you can't escape Africa, all right? For those of us who want to say, I'm not African, I'm Native American, that's fine. Then you broke away and then you're just going to stay here and then dwindle away. Or you go back to your roots. And all roots are Black. All right. All natural roots, should I say. All right, so let's continue. It is our time to return home to Africa, and to bring all we have been made to learn and use it to rebuild a united Africa for Africa, Negaru Negroids. And this Wunuwap is our only true way of life, our only Sadak, Tanqaz, true salvation, animism, love and respect of all natural nature. All right? Animism. All right? So animism, you go back to respecting, okay, you have a craft right here. All right? That would be considered like the animal or what's animating that energy. But you want to go behind that craft. Now you're going back to animism to know what's moving that. All right? And you respect each part of nature that it plays in its perfect place as animus. All right? You can respect the various conditions. All right? So the respect of all natural nature, true salvation, animism. And you, we're in 75, and you, Pa, Atun, Rabu, Mugdalu, the 24 elders, are to help with this great transformation and transition in each country in which you dwell. All right, so become the hoper, the hope in ether. I, Paa Baabaa Yaanun, raise you again after being asleep for so long. 6,000 earth years. All right, it's time to awake. Take that breath of life. All right, that's why Baba's saying, I breathe my life into you. All right, that spark. All right, and you become a living soul. All right, you go back to that wisdom of that first breath, that first spark. All right, you have all that awareness again. You're awake. I, Paa Baabaa Yaanun, raise you again after being asleep for so long, 6,000 earth years. 77. My elect Mugdalu elders who have the knowledge of Wunuwap's actual facts that leads to transformation back to Tandar, overseership. All right, Tandar, overseership, in order to be able to return to Marzak, Rizq, and Malal, Ilyum, by way of Sabatat, Sirius, through Kapabre or Kafre, in Sahat, Orion's belt through the center star. All right, through the center star. All right, so that tells me you have to be really, really, really real with yourself to make that journey, because you're going through that center star. All right, that center star means you can't lie to yourself. I'm gonna escape all my problems and jump on a spacecraft, and it's gonna save me from all that behind me. No, you realize you're making that journey from that center star, your inner sun. All right. So you got to go through that inner sun. All resting on the gift of Dawemial Anak, or eternal life, as Murzaku Riskians promise those who accept. And as the appointed incarnated one, I bring Pa Mudatat, the words most beautiful, to you all. 80. This is the last chance of Tankaj, salvation for our race, before the appointed season has come. And you, Pa Athan Rabu, Mugdalu, the 24 elders, are entrusted as Pa Murzalu, the one sent, are entrusted to be my Munsaru helpers by the order of Pa Nataru, the overseers, our Salafu ancestors, and Nasabu relatives on the spiritual side. One on each side of Pa Kawak, the planet where our people live. 83. Each should have appointed Pa Atan Rabu, Mugdalu, 24 elders, and Pa Ashu Atu Marsalu, the 12 one sent to enforce Pa Taraq, the way. All right, so that's the job of the 24 elders, to make sure that we're sticking to the way. Because you could see, that's why we read the scrolls here, honestly. All right, so you're not at the mercy of like I'm gonna sit here, you're gonna go to church, and I'm gonna just hang out with good people. It means I'm good. All right, that's not enough, right? Because there's a lot of people who they distort things to how they understand it. All right, so I read it, and hopefully you take time and go back and look at it yourself as well. And then we hold ourselves responsible. We hold ourselves accountable. And as we hold ourselves accountable, we start to do our transformation. We make that change. All right. And then you end up holding each other accountable by sharing the facts. All right. And when you see your transformation, it'll be hard for you to really want to keep it to yourself. Like even for me, just by proper breathing has changed a lot in my life. So that was a transformation I made. That's something that you can't fake. And then you go and then you share those facts. And then you keep things consistent unto the facts. And as we're living towards the facts, you'll see the standards rising, all right, for the way we do things. All right, because it would just be reasonable. If you were struggling to breathe, why would you want to go back to struggling to breathe? All right. So each should have appointed Pa Atan Rabu, Mugdalu, the 24 elders, and Pa Ashu Atu, Mursalu, the 12 ones sent to enforce Paa Taraq the way. 84, 12 males, 12 females, 6 males and 6 females for each group at each tribe, center, country, town, village. You must reach the selected number before you can perform your post. All right. So it's supposed to be Nuwapu worldwide. All right. Usabat worldwide. Nuwapians, Sabians worldwide. All right. So the reality is that each tribe, all right, each village, it should be duplicated. The same way that each body duplicates the universe. That's why you can tell universal. I could tell a story about myself and it feel like I'm telling your story. The reality is that's the way it should be. It should be structured the same way in our culture. All right. So each one, you should be able to navigate the whole culture wherever you go. All right. The same way you could tell the same story of nature in different formats using different mediums, but you're really telling the same story because you realize that nature, when it's aligned, it duplicates itself in different skills. All right. So to Nuapians, my true Karadu children, in our common way, Nuap, let it be known the reason I allowed myself to be taken, and by that left from your presence for this time, was so that you would show your true colors, your actions, your devotion, or your true nature, which many claim to be so devoted have shown. All right. So you see, you empower people. Power allows people to be themselves. All right. And what happened was when Baabaa was around, people keep themselves in check. All right. But that's not why we want to do things. You get to show your real nature. All right. So what are you inclined to do? What are you really gonna do? All right. When you think no one's watching. All right. And it's for you to see your own nature too. All right. 87. Karadun, a child of mine, means nothing to them as you see. 88. Kamut's consort of mine means nothing to them as you see. 89. Yesar, family of mine, means nothing to them as you see. 90. Musdaku, trusted friends of mine, means nothing to them as you see. So, old timers as old school means nothing to me as you see. 92. I have been betrayed by the very Shakasu people I lived my life for, given my life for many times, and I still love them, all as if none of this has happened. 93. My family is Nuapu Nuapians, as you should know, and now see, and now can see. Those that made it to this day's school, Wunuap, are my loved ones. I Yasar, my family. I Sadaku, my friends. I Karadu, my children. I Mudrasu, my students, old and young. Those now with me as I give what I really came to impart on my race. Not those who think they understand what I really came to impart on my race. Not those who think they understand better than I, or those who hold on to old teachings and reject the new teachings of today from 2000 AD onward. What fools these mortals be, who think they know what only I know. All right. So, as a sister, I came into a tribe. Well, you know what? Let me keep that to myself right now. Maybe I'll tell a story later. All right. So 95. It's about now, not back then. Yet now forward. All right. So the whole fact of the matter is when people are trying to hold statuses over people, that's corrupt. All right. Because it's not about that. That's not where the value's coming from. Okay. I've been around. I ate, I went to a restaurant, ate with him, or that's my dad, or that's my husband, and we hold these things over people. Oh, you're new. I don't have to value you. All right. I'm going to kiss up to who's old and I'm going to devalue who's new. All right. The reality is that's not Wu Nuwap. All right. Wu Nuwap is the ability to accept the facts. Wu Nuwap is the ability to not change the facts to your comfort, is to change yourself to the facts. All right. And then if you're doing that, you realize you're being upgraded and you're making it into that soul family. All right. That's why I didn't see it as anyone's personal business. My personal business, I didn't see it as anyone else's business. All right. Of my relationship to Baabaa, which I kept to myself, because I didn't see how that helps anybody. All right. How does that really help me? How does that help you? All right. What helps you and what helps me is our integrity. All right. How we hold ourselves. Not who's here, who has more rank, who's more important, and all that. Because as you see from these very words, that's not what's important. All right. It can actually sometimes even be a distraction. All right. Because why? You have us all, the crazy and the sane, all mixed together. All right. Until the day of separation and judgment. Talked about in the scroll, the bridge towards salvation. All right. So it's like you don't need to kiss up somebody because they're older, because they're a wife, or you respect the integrity of life itself. All right. And don't underestimate each other or yourselves. I saw there's a Malta unmuted. All right. Feel free anytime. We're going to continue. All right. So 95, it's about now, not back then, yet now moving forward. And I'm also working on things. You know what I mean? I'm here beside, I'm working on things myself. Just because I'm reading the scrolls don't mean I have it figured out. All right. This is what I'm aspiring to. All right. And anybody who's honest, I'm rooting you on as well. All right, with yourself. All right. So you could be your best self. All right. And your value starts with that inner sun. All right. Because you can't lie to yourself. So you can't just sit by somebody and get an importance and be like, I'm good because I'm sitting next to this person. That's delusional. All right. So it's like you want to sit with the person. You sit with the person or as the person. You sit with them. All right. And that means that you are all resonating. All right. And that a resonation, when you resonate, when I said resonation, I mean resonation. When you resonate, you can't fake that. It's something you have to be. All right. So it's like I could see that. So I don't want to cheapen my journey. I don't want to cheapen my relationship or anything. And as of now, it's irrelevant to others. It's not going to help you with your journey. All right. It could be a distraction because it's not based on that. All right. So 95. It's about now, not back then. Yes, Atum Kofi. I see you unmuted.
Rahubat Samatat.
Rahmat.
Um, I've got some questions, and I don't want to let it go too far, but I've got some questions from the reading.
Okay.
Uh, and at point 3, uh, I see, I will read again.
Okay.
Each who have reached the physical earth age of 45, 54, up until the loss of reason. Uh, what does this point really wants to say?
Okay.
Uh, physical 30 years of 54, I can understand, up until the loss of reason.
All right. Okay. So you can sit in that seat. Okay. Originally, Baba had the age of 40, but he said that we were really messed up, and he said, no, you guys need more living. 40 is not old enough. So now we have to at least to sit in that type of seat, you have to at least be 54 years old. But you can be 200 years old as long as you're still reasonable. Because that what ends up starting to happening is sometimes as we age, we start to lose our reasonability. So you don't qualify to sit in that seat anymore. All right. If you did something to yourself, certain sicknesses can make you not qualify anymore. You see?
Okay, okay,
So you have to at least be 54 years old, but there's no number cutoff. It's a reasonability cutoff at that point.
okay. This actually what counts is the reasonability.
Right. After the age of 54. Because you could be 74, you could be 84, you could be 94. If you're still alive at 124 and you still are sharp, you still know the culture, you still, you know what I'm saying? But a lot of times by the time you get to a certain point, a lot of times you're if you can make it that old, uh
Hmm.
you start to decline in your ability to remember things and to do things. So now you don't qualify. You should be removed and somebody should take your place at that point.
Okay, yes, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And
Because it's a big task. That's why. It's not just to honor our ego. It's a job. So you enact that job as long as you qualify to be there. It's about the
okay,
job.
okay, okay.
Yeah.
And um, I've got question
Mm-hmm.
from point 34. Tres Megistus, thrice time as 9 in one essence. Then I see the 9 names. Is that comparable to the timeline
I'm seeing
from the
that it is.
beings that incarnated?
Yeah, I'm seeing it as that because I could also see the different schools that at different times he was called different things depending on what he was accomplishing, and they all played their part. So
Hmm.
I'm seeing that, as we went through this school, that school El Kupt, Murdoch, Yanun. Yeah,
Okay, these are the timelines in the teachings that he came to give to awaken us again.
right. So
Okay.
that it played in rounding our story out. Because when I hear the number 9, I also hear automatically a circle.
Hmm.
So it's about rounding out the people's story. All right. That's what he helped us to do. Because you can't just take things away from people. You have to explain it away. So you take a rough stone and you smooth it out. You make a nice smooth stone after that. All right.
Hmm.
And that's what
Okay.
you see, how Bobby explained all the delusions away and the illusions and get us back to sound right reasoning. It's like
Yes.
I was also looking at like people who deal with schizophrenia and different things like that. Sometimes you can't just say, "Oh, the person's not there," because that could sometimes, it depends on how far gone the person is. We were really far gone. Sometimes you have to explain away the illusion, and then their mind will reason out that that doesn't make sense. All right.
Yes,
But if you
yes,
just
yes.
fight their delusion, sometimes what happens is that they start to feel like you attacking them, and then they reject you. So there's ways, you know, there's it's like a brain surgery. You have to be really careful when you're handling someone's psyche,
Mm-hmm.
especially when they're not especially when they're out of their mind. And Baba technically met us in a unstable state, and he was helping to give us back that reasonability. And it's like sometimes you can't just say, um, no, there's no flying giraffe in this room. Sometimes you have to be like, all right, you have to explain all the things around the giraffe first. And then the person to come to the conclusion that that thought doesn't make sense,
Yeah,
you
you
know.
have to know how to teach, really, how
Right.
to transform somebody's thinking and mind and
Yes,
perception.
you have to be so careful, you know.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Mhm. Right.
Clear. The next one, point
Hmm.
41, the great sounds, A major, F major, C major, and the flat and the sharp. And then you
Hmm.
see 42 till 46. These are the elements. And then the last one, behold the 9 forms of the Tasu Nataru, overseers. Maybe I don't understand it in the English as well, too good, but I see the elements, some elements, and I see the 9 forms. Which 9 forms?
Okay. So when you see when things are rounded out, things will manifest in different ways. And no matter the manifestation in our collective round nine mind reason story, whether you're in the winter cycle, the summer cycle, you start to see, all right, that is a different manifestation of that same energy. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So you have your
Yes.
9 overseers. So whenever I just hear 9 overseers, I'm like, okay, they're telling us a complete story about one octave, and then you can get more complicated. So you have the original ape with the head, which would be a tomb ray. Then you have Noon, Noontet, Ket, Kiket, Het, He, Het, Amun, Amunet. All right, in a chance, for example. But then
Yes,
you
yes.
start to see that you cycle around again, and you realize that you're telling the same story. You're just telling it more detail or in a different way or a different dimension. So even when you're going through the different things, like you go through the water, you go through the fire, you go through earth, you realize you're still going through different densities. All right, because earth is nothing more than a more dense version of water, for example, because it's
Mm-hmm.
solidified. So you realize that you just keep making the same, you're making the octave. So notice that Baba starts off with music. So once you go from one C and you complete that C, that'll be considered 9. If you go back around, now you're in another octave, either higher or lower. But you realize that you keep journeying the same notes. All right. And that's what I'm
Clear.
seeing. I'm sure that it could like unfold in many ways because I don't think it's limited to that, but that's just an idea, and it opens up. You start to see that it really is meant to open up because we're opening up the omniverse, because that's the goal, that's where we're getting back to. So I'm not limiting in there, but I'm just saying like see where it takes you, you see? And it took us through the elements, it took us through the different octaves, it took us through a circle. All right. And when you have a circle, you can go to another octave again. So we could reason it out, but those are good questions. And don't limit it to my answer because I'm sure it's going to keep unfolding. All
Yes,
right.
but it is a great, your answer is a good way to, good way to go further on it. But I can find myself in the answer. And for myself, I start thinking about uh, another scroll from the teacher, the Sacred Feminine. Also,
Okay.
there is spoken about the 9 etheric beings who created the existence, and I thought it was the 9 female beings. So when I read this, I think about that piece. But I will go read more, and the answer will come. Thank you for that.
Right.
And
And- Mhm.
point 80. This is the last chance of salvation for our race before the appointed season has come. And
So you want to know what that season is?
is that the new sun cycle?
I would say so. And I would say that there's a lot more because I'm automatically thinking about the scroll Mafkuzet Elixir of Life. And then Baba goes into that scroll and he's talking about in that scroll. He gives a little bit about what happened to Sirius. So what ends up happening, like you know, that even Earth, if anything that has a birth, eventually is gonna expire. You know. So in Sirius C, it was a dying star constellation, but there was so much the beings in Sirius C, they achieved so much that they no longer needed their physical bodies anymore. And because they no longer needed their physical bodies anymore, they were able to dematerialize and go right back into the ethers. However, some of the beings amongst them, they were so dense that they just had to burn out. They were just, their attachments kept them there. So I guess they died with the dying star system. And then some of them dropped to other places. So eventually, you know, that should happen here too, you know, because what we're going through now, Sirius C went through as well. And then also just that sun cycle, because those, if we think it's hot now, right, it's going to get hotter. And you have to be able to match the density for which you're going to exist, or even the climate of which you're going to exist. And that sun cycle is going to, you're going to just be able to have to like match that. And right now there was so much to explain away, and it's not really going to permit those delusions to coexist in such a potent season. All right. So it's like getting real with ourselves, and which is very hard. You know, a lot of people think they read one book and they feel enlightened, and then they go on YouTube and then they become the new voice of the generation. And realizing it's a lot deeper than that, you know. So,
Yes, I understand.
but
Clear answer for me.
right.
Yes, thank
So
you.
I'm answering the best that I like reason out, because do I really know that exact season? I'm not sure. I just have an idea. Like what I reason out is like, wow, if nature's up here and my standards here, all right, nature's being compassionate and giving me a chance to upgrade before it just starts to, you know, wipe out, and it's doing it like it's raising little by little. Some of us are lagging even now. Some of us are keeping up. But then when we outgrow our bodies, then what? Then what? Because it doesn't just stop with just, oh, my melanin can handle the sun. What
Yes,
can
yes, yes.
what can your consciousness handle? Right? It's a lot. So I
Yeah,
don't
because
know.
everything is coming to a climax, eh? At a central point
Right.
now. Genetic
Right.
shift, the dimensional shift, all those shifters are coming together
Mm-hmm.
to grow and to release things and to take other information.
Right.
Yes,
So
yes.
I see that our consciousness, because forget the body so much. I mean, the body's important. That's why we're doing our fast. But can your consciousness handle what's to come? You know, you see people losing their minds right now, and we're not even at the peak yet. You know.
Just beginning.
Yeah. All right.
Clear. Thank you.
I appreciate those questions are amazing, because it got me thinking in directions like it sparked certain thoughts that my mind didn't even go there. So I appreciate that because we reasoned that out together.
Yeah,
All
we
right.
do. Thank you. Thank you.
96. I have allowed my imprisonment for this time to show you to show you who is and is not really of you, Nuapu Nuapians. All right. So first off, was you real with yourself? Now, if you real with yourself, because before you could judge anything, all right, people say don't judge. All right. It's not about don't judge. Because for example, before you drink from a cup, you should judge the cup like, oh, I shouldn't drink this. That's a judgment call right there. All right. But if you haven't applied those judgments to yourself, all right, you're going to keep being fooled. So you should have been able to, like a lot of times, one of the books that, a very important book that I think that was the last book Baabaa wrote, in his incarceration, before his incarceration, was Are There Black Devils? And that book was amazing. It was a very good book. And a lot of times people were looking at that book and looking at everybody else like they were the devil. In reality, it was a much better idea to take that book and turn that mirror on yourself and see where you need to make those exorcisms. All right, because there's a lot of things we've been influenced. And if we could be real with ourselves, because a lot of times if somebody else does something, like somebody loses their temper and curse somebody out, it's not right. But if you do it, you make an excuse because, well, it's different when I do it because I got a story. But the reality is that means everybody has a story. Does it change the facts of what the people are doing? So we got to get real with ourselves. So at this time, no one should be being fooled anymore, but we still are, because that tells me we're not honest enough with ourselves. All right. And we out there judging others. And we skip that inner, when the three fingers point back at yourself. You know, when you point out, you see those three fingers. All right. Now you can really assess better. All right. So that was the whole point. So I have allowed my imprisonment for this time to show you who is and is not really of you, Nuwapu Nuwapians. I have allowed my incarceration for this time to reveal the fakers, con artists, wannabes, those who only want to look the part of being with me, when in fact they are only with themselves and those they can use. Weak-minded Zazatatu women and Zazazu men being used for their pleasures and substance, their own greed and sustenance allowed. Yet they all will see I am the real thing. All right. So now look what people did with their positions. All right. Conning and faking people and, you know, acting like they're helping and sleeping with people, acting like they're helping and scamming people out of money. All these types of things. You give people the power to be exactly who they are. And you see people did all kinds of things. All right. In the name of pretending to be with Baabaa, but Baabaa said you should see they with themselves. And even still, for us who don't really live the culture, we don't know what to do when we come across that. All right. Because there's a lot of guidance on what to do in those situations. All right. So you get to see what you're made of. You get to see everything. You get to see what you're made of, what you need to work on, what other people are made of. All right. And who's still standing tall. Baabaa said you'll see that it's him that's going to still be standing tall. All right. So, yeah, they will all see I am the real thing. All right. Where other people fell short and got weak. All right. Sometimes people, especially they come into this information a lot of time in their vulnerable state. And instead of helping people, you see people like to sit there sometimes and stroke their own ego because you could feel very important. And sometimes people look to you and person, they'll just sit there instead of putting that person back to their own divinity. All right. I was mindful of that because I've seen it. So that's something I didn't want to do. Because people want to blame you when their life doesn't go right either. You know. So it's like, being seduced to your own ego, your own pleasures, right? What people want to do with you. All right. Some of these guys, they don't get no attention. The moment they open their mouth and they start speaking this, they get attention. And do they abuse that? A lot of them did. All right. And they're not just violating that sister, they're violating their own soul journey. All right. So Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. All right. So yet they all will see I'm the real thing. What I teach, they all feed off of, yet make excuses not to come into the inner family of Nuwapu Nuwapians. 101. They are on the Fawaj, outside looking Jawef inside, as I said many times. 102. I was given a means to measure and to see who is who, and I count and enter the Rananat's names of those who are truly with me and those who are Fawaj outside. If I don't enter their Rananat's names into our book of life, they will be left behind because they are on the Fawaj outside, looking Jawef inside. Many will come crying when they see the great Kabadat's crafts. They will say, but I taught Wunuwap. I converted many to become Nuwapu Nuwapians. I gave wealth. I supported your freedom. I did this and I did that. However, what they don't say is I was doing my own thing, living my own way. I learned what I wanted, speaking not Nuwapic, yet the old school. I'm in, yet not inside. I am near, yet not close to him. All right. So think about it. You have people that have been around for 30 years and they still want to talk about the Sumerian tablets and things like that. All right. Or whatever the people are doing. All right. Or holding a certain status like, okay, I'm his wife or whoever, you know. And the reality that's that instead of applying and living the facts and rounding themselves out. All right. And it's not just so people could see, it's really for your soul journey. All right. Or competing. All right. Competing with each other. Reality, you shouldn't want somebody else to feel. All right. Or you shouldn't want to be better than somebody else. To me, that's all outside. You want to be better than somebody else. You should just want to be the best you. All right. So, however, what they don't say is I was doing my own thing, living my own way, learning what I wanted, speaking not Nuwapic, yet the old school. I'm in, yet not inside. I'm near, yet not close to him. I'm on the outside looking inside. I represented you, Pops, yet I did not respect those appointed. I did not enter inside. I did it all from outside. I will say, I did this and you did that. I said, come in and you stayed out. I said, wait, and you asked over and over about what you think. I said, stay close to me and you moved away. I don't represent you and you will never really represent me or true Wunuwap. Right? So let's be honest, like, you know, if there's certain things that we struggle with, that's why I said like it's we don't really have time. You know, there's certain things that we struggle with. You know, certain things we have time. It takes us. Some things we may struggle with accepting. All right, but realize that creates a gap between you and your real potential and the potential of Wunuwap, because all these compromises is what slowed us down. And as far as my eyes can see, I include myself in those who made compromises. All right. In some shape or form, I might not have made that compromise, but I may have made this compromise. Because an example is I don't speak Nuwapic. All right. Just as an example. And as we read in the scrolls, you know, and being around this long it don't really take that long to learn a language for people who I know who study language. But there's so many dimensions of your being, and it all matters. All right. So now you know what the task that you have. Because you could say I did all this, and it's like you're not really representing Nuwapu. You're representing what you want to represent. All right. What you feel comfortable with. All right. So what would happen? All right. 120. You will be left behind, and those who follow you will be left behind, accepted or not. All right. That's why I don't point myself, I don't say stick close to me. I've heard other people saying that, Bible students. I'm a true psychic. I'm not taking that responsibility for someone else's soul while I'm working on my own soul journey right next to you. All right. You will be left behind, and those who follow you will be left behind. All right. I sit as a fellow sister, reading the scrolls alongside you, working on the very things. All right. Some things are easy for me, some things are a little bit harder. And maybe what's easy for you is what's hard for me, or vice versa. If we all do our part, we can help each other. All right. And we create an environment where we usher that in. So if I help you, I'm gonna help myself, because there's certain things that's just easy for me. That's where I contribute. And then hopefully one day you'll help me. All right. What you might see, there's an opportunity for me too. All right. So you will be left behind, and those who follow you will be left behind, accepted or not. Time will tell. Look at the signs of the times. 122. Who warned you of this Wakut time? None other than myself. All right. Others came behind Baabaa and parroted what he said, but not before he said it. 123. I left you all that you might straighten out, yet not for infighting as I see. All right. So now hear what Baabaa says. He left you also you could straighten out, because he said you could see who's who. Everybody's looking outside to find what's wrong with everybody else. If you look for it, you'll find it. All right. But the reality, if you also did that, if you took that same time to do that introspection, you'll also find what's wrong with you. And that's your opportunity to straighten out. All right. So I don't pretend that I have it all together. And because I don't pretend that I have it together, it gives me something to work on. All right. And it says, I left you all that you may straighten out. All right. So it's like, okay, you might have had this weakness. You might have had certain greeds. You might have liked, I don't know, parading yourself as important. And you saw that shortcoming in yourself. All right. It's not about condemning yourself. It's about you making those corrections. And that's called healing. All right. But what do? We start fighting. All right. Start picking apart. And what's great is when I feel like when my clothes got picked apart and sisters, they got picked apart, I feel like there was enough people who did introspection, and it made them feel inspired to be like, you know what? I'm sitting there judging the brother or sister, and I don't know their story. You know what? Because there's certain things I might have done, but since I have it together, I'm gonna judge that person for not having that part together. You know what, let me go help the person out. And now you see that certain temples now, they're starting to give away clothes, which is a beautiful thing. All right. Because now there's no excuse, but it's not just that there's no excuse. You know, if you really want to help that person, then go and really help them. You don't condemn them. And then you, in that same way, you help yourself. Because when you see, that's called ashuk, that's called divine love. Because when you see something wrong with yourself, you also speak to yourself with love, and you don't condemn yourself. You just go and start fixing and healing yourself. All right. But no, instead of taking that time to heal, many people are going to infight. All right. So I left you all that you may straighten out, yet not for infighting as I see, so that the Zazazu men would stand up, not run away as many did. 125. To keep what you had on Taha, Maye, Reye, or Tamaray, and Wahani, you let the beast take it. All right. You didn't stand there as protectors. You cowered it and left it. All right. Now look at the children today. All right. Out of their minds. All right. Turning into devils and all types of stuff. And it's really from heartbreak. All right. So 125. You to keep what you had on Taha, Mae, Ree, Tamaray, and Wahani, you let the beast take it. You took what you could and ran off to do your own thing. Many of you in many ways. I remember at one time Baba would see pictures and he'd be like, that's mine. He saw that people just took little pieces of his stuff, ran off, and he's like, that's my artifact, that's my bookshelf, or whatever the case is, you know. And they didn't, because Baba this was meant for us all. And people took what they could and said, well, every man for himself. All right. What fools you mortals be, and those who follow. I left you with unfinished work, yet you let it fall after you won the court case. Listen to that. Baba's letting us know they won the court case. All right. So Baba said to study also his case. That they didn't just go and took the land, all right, because the land was protected. And it's saying right there, you won the court case. So no, we actually forfeited it. All right. Some of it for greed, some of it for cowardice or whatever. I don't want to surmise what I don't know. But let's see what Baba has to say about it. So I left you with unfinished work, yet you let it fall after you won the court case. Think what you would have there now on Taha, Mae, Re, for your families. So now I appoint these Mugdalu elders and Mursalu, one sent, to bring you these Madatats, words. I could not do it if I had not left to do this work for you. All right. So all this hereafter doctrine is for the elders, all right, for our new cycle. And realize that Baba couldn't have achieved all this if he wasn't in isolation, all right? Because when he was with us, he was busy giving people what they wanted. Now, with his pen and paper and solitude, he could actually give what he came to give, all right? And look at all the potential. He gave us a beautiful starting point, and we just let it dwindle away, all right? So 131, I was appointed to live to age 72, and in all 100 or until 2045 AD. This based on 1845 AD, 1945 AD, 2045 AD, or cycles of 100 years, a century. This will not be now. All right. So I remember Baba saying we changed our fate, and Baba's fate is mixed up in our fate, so we shifted his as well. All right. So age 72 and in all 100. All right. So 100 years. So he's supposed to live to 2045. All right. Now I don't know like what the new timeline is for Baba. But let's see. You did as you pleased, not as I directed you. You have only a short time to return inside the courts of our Marat Mir, or you will be part of their dreadful days to come, and I will not be able to alter your matrix, nature, your Madat Nadar, Metanetter. It will read what you think. Your matrix of words in your minds and your mouth. All right. So it's nothing you could fake. So right now we're supposed to be correcting our matrix. Now, oh Mukdalu, elders, you must become blameless, which does not mean you won't be that there won't be slander and gossip. They are only doing the job they were sent to do. Ignore them and they will go away. All right. So the reality is that people will say things about you. But it's not your job of what people say, it's your job of what you do. All right. Because people can say anything. But what are you doing? So make sure you're blameless. Because if people are saying things and you really did it, it's not slander. All right. Pa Atan Rabu Mugdalu, the 24 elders, you must be shameless, which does not mean you have no shame. Yet rather, you don't do shameful actions or deeds. Pa Atan Rabu Mugdalu, the 24 elders, you must be clean, which does not mean you don't have to work, cook, or get your hands dirty in your work. 141. Yaye Atan, Rabu Mugdalu, all 24 elders, you are to smell good, which does not mean there will be no odor when you depart from the restroom. Yet you should never have body odor or be unclean inside out or outside in. Little note, there's certain foods I don't eat, for example, because I don't like it changes it makes me smell bad. I shouldn't say bad, just there's certain foods that if you know that it alters you, all right, you don't digest it properly or whatever the case, all right, then you're going to have a stench, all right. You might want to eliminate that, all right. Taking a shower, because did you know that eating properly is also hygiene as well? Eating poor foods is bad hygiene as well. For example, Ha'atan Rabu Mugdalu, the 24 elders, females, have lived womanhood. That is Sawatat's daughter, Ahamatat's wife, Amudatat's mother, Nadartat, divine female deities. Ha'atan Rabu Mugdalu, the 24 elder males, have lived manhood. That is a Sawal's son, Ahamat's husband, Amudad, Nadar, divine male deity. Amudad is a father. Each of you must have experienced life in its ups and its downs, its happiness and its sadness to teach the youth. You must have experienced life to teach life, pain to teach pain, suffering to teach suffering, and how and why you bring it on yourselves. Pa'atan Rabu Mugdalu, the 24 elders, you are never to be wild and disobedient. That does not mean you are not to rakus, dance, and ghanoi, sing. Have fun. All right. So you can have fun without wrecking creation. All right. Learn what true recreation is. All right. Dancing, singing, expressing yourself. All right. That's a beautiful thing. Yet, never make a fool of yourself in public. Act the part you play in life, no less, no more. Being an elder, you are trusted and entrusted with the work of Pa Nadaru, the overseers, as judges. You must be an example of that. Never egotistical, overbearing, mean, evil, or angered. Pa Atan Rabu Mugdalu, 24 elders. You are never quick-tempered or roll your eyes, and never use foul language or curse words. Paa Rabu Mugdalu 20 for elders. You are never given to intoxicants or intoxications of any drunkenness and of any drunkenness. Yaye Atan Rabu Mugdalu, all 24 elders. You are never violent. Yaye Atan Rabu Mugdalu, all 24 elders. You are never dishonest. Yaye Atan Rabu Mugdalu, all 24 elders. You are not a liar and don't lie. Yaye Atan Rabu Mugdalu, all 24 elders. You are not a thief and don't steal. Yaye Pa Atan Rabu Mugdalu, all 24 elders. You are kind, gentle, warm, comforting, welcoming, caring, hospitable. You love to do good and avoid evil. Yaye Atan Rabu Mugdalu, all 24 elders. You are always one who uses self-control, upright and disciplined. Yaye Atan Mugdalu, Yaye Atan Rabu Mugdalu, all 24 elders. You must hold firm to the truth, facts, faith, as it is being taught, so you can encourage all others in these ways enjoined on you. That's a big responsibility. You are never a listener or take part in slander or gossip. 160, for that is what you must teach, and that is what you must be. All right. It's very annoying sometimes to learn from somebody who doesn't apply what they teach. It comes across as self-righteous. All right. I see somebody, I'm not going to say names, but I watched them. I just took a random Paa Taraq, and they'll sit there reading the Paa Taraq, and then they're looking at people, and when it's saying certain things, you are never to be this, and you are never, and then it's like the way they're reading it, and it's like they're reading it in a way it's like they're judging people like, you know, I'm the best thing since sliced bread, and you all are doing something wrong. It's very condescending, you know, and as an elder, you don't want to be that type of person. You want to be a type of person that you must be, all right, what you teach, all right. And it's not just about being in appearance, all right. That's something that people could feel, all right. So it's different when you're sharing something, all right, from a place of concern. Because I've been corrected a couple times by different elders, all right. And there's a difference. Like somebody see you doing something that condemn you, rather than when they're connecting you from a heart space, you can feel that, all right. And it's more like you can say the same thing from a different energy, and you can tell. And the difference really is being that one, you can tell that they aspire to it as well, or that's what they've come there, they've been there. I'm telling you because I've been there, rather than somebody just projecting that they're better than you. All right. And our elders are supposed to exemplify what we want to be. And there's plenty of people that you look at them and you're like, wow, if I can make it to that point, I would, that's a strong person or whatever. So it's a different energy. So I'm just thinking about it. I'm thinking about the energy in which we do things. So that is what you must teach, and that is what you must be. Rahubat Atum Kofi.
Yes, Samaltat. I've got some questions
Yes.
to the previous page from on point 131 to 136. 131, he's supposed to live to age 72 and in all 100. If I remember, there is something about his lineage where he was born 100 years after his granddaddy or something.
Right.
Is there a kind of code to find back in this point 131?
131. Yes, I think that has something to do with that because 185. That was the guide. He came 100 years right after. All right, to complete
Uh-huh.
that 1945. That's when he was born. So that cycle, his job should be complete by 2045. That's what I'm seeing.
It's
However,
mhm.
so it's like, okay, he should have lived until at least 100 years, but that has changed. So this will not be now. So I don't know what will be.
And 134, you have only a short time to return inside the courts of our Marat Mir. What is the Mir? Is that the pyramid?
Yes, yeah.
And
But
what
notice
was the
that there's a pyramid, the central fire.
oh the central fire? Can you
All right. So remember
um
learning about the pyramids in the last Paa Taraq we read? No, we read so much about. I forget which scroll is going into the pyramids, how they align with the star constellations. And oh yes, it
mhm,
was tone, sound, DNA molecules,
mhm,
and how they vibrated right under 19 hertz, which is just below the human hearing.
yes.
They help to attune the person's biology because it helped to those vibrations would affect the person and they would be able to attune and use them as teleportation so they can be somewhere instantaneously. All right. So it would enhance and
Resonant.
also help their alignment. All right. So you had to return to our marats. All right. In time. All right. So you had to make your alignment in time. All right. Because it's not something that you can just like to get to the point that I'm at now. All right. For various things that I'm working through. Some things it might be instantaneously like, oh, okay, don't do that. Okay, tomorrow it's a new being. But certain things like I grew into, and it might have taken me a few years to get to a certain point and doing something to wherever I'm working on. All right. So you had to get to that central fire. That's what I'm seeing. That mirror. It has to be lit in time. All right.
And the central fire, that has to do with your solar plexus.
That's what I'm seeing.
Hmm.
All
And
right.
that also has to do with your willpower.
Yes. It has to deal with all
Mm,
of it. It has to deal with your entire alignment, you know? Because it's like some people, they're like, okay, you know what? Uh, I'm going to just get extra book smart when I have bad character. So I'm going to learn the doctrine real well and I'll be able to parrot it to anybody. But, I'm still a scam artist. Or I'm not going to study. I'm just going to work out extra and because I look good. It's like, no, it all has to be aligned. So it's like all those, you have taken time to round yourself out, right?
mm.
So it's like,
No,
that's what I'm seeing.
no
Because when you
fakeness.
see pyramid, when you say sun, you're saying Sirius, you're saying our sun right there. Then you're seeing the inner sun here. Then you're seeing wherever you're getting to. So if one thing is out of alignment, you're not gonna make that trip according to tone, sound, DNA molecules. So it all had to be aligned, including the very vessel, which was the person themselves. But it wasn't
Hmm.
just the person, but they also aligned their structures externally too. So the actual structures, the actual physical pyramids was also aligned. So it's a complete uh all the layers. And when you realize how many layers you're working through, it's and how much, we still are working on. Like I realize that there's a lot that I'm still working on. There's a lot that when he's saying the different weaknesses people have, I'm like, okay, that could apply to me in that way, or this way, or a different way.
Yes, we learn from each other. We see from each other.
Right.
And um, point 135 and 136. Uh, uh, Matrix nature. It will read what you think. So that means that actually it is the higher vibration against the old lower vibration. And that is the disconnection you make, I
So
think.
when I'm seeing matrix, when you go into the nature of the matrix, you go into that vibration. Because, for example, you know, your physical reality is really built from because we talked about the matrix and tone scene being in molecules as well. We talked about that as well. So that's money. I got a
And
little
your yes,
distracted. All right.
yes, okay.
So the matrix, when you deal with animism, you're going behind and you go into the matrix of how things are put together, because we learned it wasn't actually tone DNA molecules. It was freaks in the perfect nature. And Bible is explaining in that scroll how crystals, how we're made up of crystals. He actually explained in the other scroll too, but he went into that. And so you have your muscle, for example, the fiber, because fibril, it goes back to the word of fibril. It goes back to the word rope. All right. And then you realize that it's just a bundle of ropes, and then you end up seeing that those ropes break down into just packets of energy. So what ends up happening is that your energy would tell on you. All right. So right now there's things that we're healing to get out of our system. If it's still in your system, that's why you have to clean yourself up. If it's still in your system, it's going to be part of your matrix. All right. You should have worked that out by now. All right. So it's going to really show what you really think. And there's a lot of things that, you know, there's a lot of hangups I still have, you know, chips on my shoulder. And it's going to, and it makes an impression, because we know that thoughts itself imprints vibrations. It might be below 19 hertz. So you might be not able to see it with your physical eyes or hear it with your physical ears, but it still makes an impression, you know, if that makes sense.
Yes, really. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So, yeah. So Bob's trying to help us clean our matrix out. All right. So 158. Yaye Atan Rabu, page 10. Yaye Atan Rabu Mugdalu. O 24 elders, you must hold firm to the true facts faith as it is being taught to you, so you can encourage all others in these ways enjoined to you. You are never a listener or take part in slander or gossip, for that is what you must teach, and that is what you must be. 161. That is sound doctrine, and refute those who oppose these teachings of the sound right reasoning, Paa Taraq, the way. All right. So you have the right to ask questions, and if it's not reasoning out, all right, because you're protecting the integrity of the facts. All right. Because our culture it should be based on the facts. We don't do things just randomly. The things that we do should be within reason. All right. Everything that we do, you see that there's a reason. It's just that many of us hasn't taken the time to get to know the reasons, all right, behind the things that we do. So Yaye Atan Rabu Mukdalu, oh 24 elders, be the first to know by your wisdom, the right wisdom, that there are many who rebel, that are of our own people. All right. So there are many who rebel who are of our own people. Many who are mere talkers, yet deceivers, liars and users. Know them by their actions, inside outward. All right. So anybody could come here and sit and study with you, and you guys go shopping together and wear the same outfits, and they look to see how I dress or how you dress, and then they put their brain, but it's mere talking or acting. All right. Know them really by their actions. All right. And especially those of us who make great claims of the past schools, not realizing I only gave them what they asked. Many say I copied this or that from Hanen here or Danen there, yet never speak of things I teach that none have ever heard or read before I said them. I did hear that before. Oh, Baabaa plagiarizes, or he takes a little bit of this, takes a little bit about that. He said, I was giving you what you wanted, but notice how they don't teach. They don't speak on what I teach that they don't find outside. Because what he's shared out that you don't find outside, all right, in other people's schools, that's really what he came to give. Those are the parts that they ignored, all right. I gave them what they fakor think they wanted to fakor assume, spookism, religions, so that they would learn to want what I came to give, wunua, all right in this very introduction of the Holy Tablets. He doesn't write that in the Holy He doesn't write that in the Hereafter Doctrine. He writes truth is truth. And the tablets in the very introduction, it says, all right, so you can see, and then I'll read it. It says, I came giving you what you want, so you will learn to want what I have to give. All right. So this is part of what you wanted. All right. And there's some jewels sprinkled in. All right. So what I love about this, right, this is so much like thinner, but you see all the cumbersome parts and all the interferences is being taken out and explained away. All right. This was explaining the delusions that you wanted. So you want the Bible. I'm going to take you back to where the Bible came from. We're going to master those stories. You still want them? All right. So many say I copy this or that from Hanen here or that Hanen there. Yet never speak of things I teach that none ever have heard or read about before I said them. I gave them what they fakor think they wanted to assume, fakor assume, spookism religions, so that they would learn to want what I came to give, wunua. They only fool their own Bahu souls, holding on to old schools of religions from outside of Africa, Africa, or Makhmat, Egypt. It is sad, yet true. Many don't even know. They think and believe in Zaamat, religions born of other Salalu races outside of Africa, Africa, such as Mesopotamia's religions built by Ibrahim, Mosesism, Moses, Torah, Hebrewism, Jesusism, Paul's gospel, Christianism or Christism, Islam or Muhammadism, Muhammad, and Abu Bakr followed, who created the Quran, and then many mistranslations of what they only remembered, having lost the original, which is where the translations are from today, as the original handwritten ones are all where the handwritten ones were burned. Asmuni were burned. All right. All the subgroups from them, by whichever new name you live by, know this right here, right now. Stop feeding their forces who keep or who help enslave your Salafu ancestors from the Bible and the Quran. It's not your true way of life by your Nagad Negroid nature, nor is there Talmuds, catechisms, sunnahs, and hadiths. They all describe acts that pertain to other Salalu races, not the Nagaru Salau Negro race, which were all forced into slavery and accepted it as their religion and the religious books, pictures, statues, descriptions of their own races as leaders, angels, prophets, and messengers, always in their image. Mesopotamia, all right? This is where you're going back to, all right? If when you're holding on to outsiders, you're being trapped here, all right, Mesopotamia. And when you go and read those scripts, you see what those creatures are really doing, all right? You don't want to be trapped there, all right? So 173, return to our own way as Afafre Kahu, Africans. That's who we are and will be once all others and their religions have destroyed each other over fictions, faiths, legends, fables, fairy tales, and myths, all unproven stories. All right. I remember Bob saying when there's an argument, that's when you pull out Paa Taraq. All right. Because the facts just squash the argument. It's your opinions about the facts that keep you arguing. All right. Or your rejection of the facts. But the fact is going to be the fact. All right. And then we adjust ourselves to the fact. And there's been many times where it's like, I see I'm going a certain direction, and then a fact falls into my hand, and I have to change my direction according to this fact. It would be silly to keep going in this direction. So life happens to, fall in my hands, and I'm corrected constantly. And I'm very grateful for these corrections, because that's where the healing happens. All right. And that's what should be happening between each other. All right. If we are all adhering to the facts. All right. Or the way. All right. But some people rather they want to recruit each other to each other's delusions. All right. And sometimes there's one delusion against another delusion, and they both fighting, and they'll just destroy each other. All right. So you stick with the facts. All right. That's to squash the arguments. And that's why a lot of people, they came to argue with me. And I have my opinions, about things. But it's like, if we stick to the facts, notice that the arguments, they burn out. All right. As long as we take it back. And that's why, like, I'm grateful for the scrolls, because it had offered a lot of protections for myself and also for this platform. All right. That's an example of it. So 174, religion and religious wars, as you see today all around you. Sons of lightness, Adamites, biblical Jews, Christians, their followers, and sons of darkness, Edomites, Quranic Arabs, and their followers, warring and killing the world over until they become no more. All right. So as the brothers turned up against each other, and it's none of your business. That's their family thing. Your business is the facts. All right. And to untangle yourselves from the fictions. And we've been tangled up in their mess. All right. And if it's still in our records, all right, going back to that matrix, if we still have their issues imprinted on our matrix nature, we won't make it either. So we should be working their stuff out of our matrix. All right. And that's what we're working on right now. All right. So as we step back from their religions and religious wars and watch them destroy one another over lies and myths, so we have among us those outsiders looking in who hold on to Ansarism and Sufism, things of our past, and think they should be trusted and accepted. All right. They will be silenced by Pa Hakaktal Hakakat, the actual facts, and Pa Taraq, the way. Anun Nun Taruk, our own way. The Pa Sahed Taruk, the right way. All right. The right way. All right. Because I'm just saying, like, the facts and truth is truth. It's not about ranking and things like that. And listen to me. Uh, it should be listen to me because I'm reasonable. All right. And I appreciate being respected as a sister, but it's not just about being a sister. If I'm saying something that's not correct, it should be corrected. You know, whether you're a brother or you a sister, and you're seeing that, of course, with dignity and respect. You know, we could correct each other. All right, and then we'll just keep this. We'll either raise the standards or we'll keep the standards high. All right. So 178. Now they have blind following the blind, whole households of their interpretation of what I teach, things they ought not to teach without knowing the inner standings, the inner overstandings and meanings. They don't really know me and what I am sent to do. All right. So I'm going to tell you another thing. Somebody was upset and they were like, I'm a newcomer. I never met Baabaa before. But but by the way they talk, I could tell they don't study themselves. So they were saying how Baabaa said that that he's going to put his spirit in them, and that I need to get in line. It was funny. I was just laughing because I was just like, you realize that that's the goal for our people. All right. So it's not like, oh, he singled you out and said, I'm put my spirit in you, and we all just gonna look at you and worship you. The reality is that we want the people to be sparked. All right. Because he's putting that soul and spirit into the people. All right. And the reality is that we're all tuned in. And the successorship is Paut. It's not you, lady or sir, or whoever thinks like that. You know. So the reality is if the spirit is put into me, all right, then I know my job is to breathe in, accept that healing, love, guidance, and support I shook. And let it do what it does for me, absorb it. And exhale that same love, healing, guidance, and shook from my fellow brothers and sisters. All right. So you know that you're a conduit for energy to move through, and you allow that flow, and you play your part. All right. So now you see how people are teaching what they ought not to be teaching. All right. And they disqualify themselves by the very teachings that they think they understand. All right. When the reality that they're corrupting it by their own ego. All right. So, because you see, like sometimes personal letters from back in the day, Bible would say, divine jewel of my eyes. And you see it in your own letter. And then you open an actual fact, and he's talking to divine jewel of my eyes. And you see in the book for all of those who resonate as a jewel of the eye. All right. And the jewel are being those who are being sparked. All right. Because mind your mind for the jewels of your soul. All right. So it's like those of us who are getting that soul connection. All right. And it's not limited to a body. All right. It's much bigger than that. All right. So I'm giving that just as an example of one little corruption. And maybe the person, and then they feel betrayed. They may end up feeling betrayed. And then they get angry at Baabaa because of how they understood it, because it's like your ego is making you miss. Let's just read that again. So now they have the blind following the blind, whole households of their interpretation of what I teach, things they ought not to teach without knowing the inner overstanding and meanings. Notice that innerness again. You haven't even been honest with yourself yet. All right. So you take that, you haven't judged yourself yet you're judging everybody else. You're judging what I said. You didn't even judge yourself yet. All right, because you realize that's what it's all about. They don't really know me and what I am sent to do. They try to make me holy or religious so they can find faults. I am a master teacher, not a holy man, saint by your religions. Stop holding me to judgments by religions of your Safahats books, the Bible and the Quran. They don't apply to myself as a teacher of my own rules, not the laws of the Lawitananu, the Draconians, which you follow, all for the sake of sex, wealth, and dishonest gain. Those who depart from them and return into Paa Taraq, the temple, say they are always liars, evil brutes. And we true Nuapians pay no attention to the fallen myths and lies, slander and gossip, or to the voice of their pets, who chose to reject the true Wunuap, the pure way, were all things confirmed. All right. So they try to judge Baabaa by he's teaching us spiritual stuff, and and he does such and such, or whatever the case is. And he said, you're holding me to those standards that don't apply to me. All right. Because I'm not Muslim, I'm not Christian, I'm not from their school. All right. I'm a master teacher. He speaks more about it in whose book? In Hatshep's book. I forgot the name of her book. About Baba's mom. I forgot the name of the book. All right. But Baba talks about himself and he asks questions there. All right. So 188. Yet to those who are corrupters and do not return to our true and only Tankar's salvation for these final days, they will be the losers. For time is too late, for they have lost their very Bahu souls to Arab and Arabic, Islamic and Quran, spook unseen Allah and Rab, yet pretend they have broken the spell of religion. They feed Arabs' dead spirit forces by their Arabic names and secret prayers to Arab ghosts. 191. Ahmed ben Abdullah, or the Prophet Mustafa Muhammad Al-Amin, born August 20th, 570, and died June 8th, 632 AD, born in Arabia to a man named Abdallah, who died the day he was born. Okay. So Ahmed Muhammad only offers his followers his father's God, Allah, an Arab moon god, and that is all. 193. If not, then how did his father Abdullah have the name slave of Allah, which is the meaning of his name, Abd Allah, before Ahmad Muhammad's birth in 570 AD, or before his message in the 9th month of Ramadan, in the 19th night, in the year 610 AD of Allah, his father Allah. He gave you an Arabu or Arab's God, just one of many. They are lost forever. Both their akalat's minds and consciences are corrupted. All right. And I think about that because religion, a lot of the times, makes people really condescending and self-righteous. And then think about it, the way that the things that people do and how they devalue each other in the name of religion. All right. And I'm going to give an example. Let's say I'm not wearing the nicest clothes, which I like my clothes. All right. But let's just say to someone else's standard, they're like, she's not wearing the nicest clothes, so she doesn't deserve the respect. So the sister never did anything to me, but I'm going to attack her. That's really religion that's doing that. All right. Because you feel justified. All right. Because that person has fallen short. All right. So now you feel justified to enact justice on that person, where it's really not your place to do that. All right. But religion makes us do that. All right. $196. And I know I've done things in a religious mindset. All right. That was not the best thing to do to others at times. All right. Because it really does turn your compass. All right. Conscious and conscious. Being aware. And when you're unaware, you could do a lot of harmful things. All right. Because unawareness brings a disconnect. And when you feel disconnected, there's a lot of things that you could do that you wouldn't do if you had that connection. If you had that connection with the bigger picture, it wouldn't allow you to do certain things that we do in a religious mind. All right. 196. I said way back when, follow me wherever I go. 197. Some of them stopped along the way. Others turned back, while others only pretend to follow. All right. 198. A very sad thing will happen to them all if they don't wake up and return. While for others it is too late for them, lost forever. They claim they know the way. All right. So some of us still have time to correct our missteps. All right. However, their actions say my way, not Paa Taraq, the way. All right. Do as I say. Why? Because I said so. All right. And that's not the way, because I see Bobby explain things. All right. And you explain away something. So it's like, you don't respect me because you didn't do what I said. That's not how we explain things. All right. So I've seen people do that too. They misuse and abuse their positions. All right. Because they want to do my way. So in fact, they Sawat's voice my Ranan name, yet whisper and deny me. All right. I'm just thinking like, okay, on the audible 20 hertz, because between 20 and 20 kilohertz is audible to your physical ears. You can hear it. All right. So within that range, you'll hear a person says yes. If it drops below 19 or below 20 kilohertz, you won't physically hear, but you'll feel it. So in the whispers, they're not really with you. All right. So in fact, they Sawat's voice maranan, yet whisper and deny me. They are detestable, disobedient, and unfit to be with us in this now here after the 6,000 years has ended. O you Athan Rabu Mugdalu, 24 elders, you Mursalu, 1 sense, you Nuwapu Nuwapians, you must all teach what is in accord with Wunuwap, the sound right reasoning, the sound doctrine. Be true to truth, confirmations, and Pamadatats, the words, Pa Hakaktal Hakakats, the actual facts. Be temperate, worthy of respect, self-controlled, and of sound akal mind. Naset Katats, clean body, a strong by our soul, and know our qadar fate. All right, these are things you have to work on. All right, being temperate. All right, worthy of respect. In order to, like, people want to be respected and they don't give respect. All right. You know, nobody has to respect anybody that don't respect them. All right. So if you want to be worthy of respect, you got to show what it is to be respectable. All right. How you treat yourself, how you treat the environment, and how you treat others. All right. Says a lot about if you are worthy of respect. All right. This calls for endurance. 207. Look at what I have been enduring for you to give you your way. If I can endure in my old age, I know you can. Be reverent in the way you live. Do not washoy slander. Do not rashoy gossip, and do not backbite. Avoid all kinds of addictions and hang-ups. For these are our final days. Their end is our beginning. Represent facts and defend truths. Look at yourself. You can't run from yourself. Just as many run from us, only run into Wunuwa over and over. Truth is truth. The return is very soon. Be amongst us. I don't wish to lose not one of you. I will hold on to you if you hold on to me. I will not let you fall if you trust me. I have prepared a place for you, far beyond this place. Come with me home to Marsak, Rizq, or you Athan Rabu, Mugdalu, 24 elders. You have your work prepared for you all to teach what is right and true, and teach to avoid what is untrue and false. All right. I'm just thinking, like, a lot of times when you run from the truth, it just keeps coming back to you in different forms. All right. Because Wunuwap, one of the definitions of it, I mean, Bible said the name is protected, but there's many dimensions of the name, and some of it has been revealed to us. And one of it means, Nuwap means to replace. All right. So the reality is that if you're going down this way, and then if you're in a road and you're getting all these signs, and now you know that, okay, I'm heading to this direction, but you want to ignore the signs, you'll keep going in the wrong direction. You'll get all the signs that you're in the wrong place at the wrong time until you accept the fact. All right. So when you run, because we always end with saying truth is truth. All right. And when you deny the truth, you keep having to confront it over and over. All right. So we're on 222. Oh, you Athan, Rabu, Mukdalu, 24 elders, you have your work prepared for you all to teach what is right and true, and teach to avoid what is untrue and false. Oh, you Athan, Rabu, Mukdalu, 24 elders, and you Mursalu, 1 cent. You are an extension of myself, Pa Muntar, the warner, to the Nagalu Salah Negro race, and those of other races who will accept these Pamadatats, the words, Pa Hakaktal Hakakats, the actual facts, and Pa Taraq, the way, as it was their own way. All right. I've seen that with my own eyes, inside and outside our scrolls. All right. A lot of the times, like, there's some parts that you feel empowered by, some parts you might feel sometimes convicted by, and you may not necessarily want to share everything all the time. But the reality is, those are the lessons you need the most in actuality. All right. A lot of times people just look to confirm what they just want. All right. And I have seen where people would deliver a message, but they'll leave the parts out of the message and manipulate it in such a way where they could do a mental gymnastic over that fact, where that fact won't apply to themselves or the situation. All right. And they won't disclose that fact, all right, to others. All right. But we must hold on to the way as it is our own way. All right. So, oh, you, Atan, Rabu, Mugdalu, 24 elders, your age and your wisdom is your key to understanding that which was only understood by the minds of the youth. All right. So when you understand something, it's like you're standing under a certain lesson. All right. Now, when you stand over it, all right, you could see it from multiple, you could see it from multiple angles. All right. And where it fits into the bigger piece of life. It's like when you're going through a heartbreak, it's so personal. That's the understanding of the heartbreak. All right. After you lived the life a few times and life went round over, you see the heartbreak of and how it plays out in life. And it's personal, but it's also universal. And when you get to that universal connection, that now you have made it into the overstanding. All right. And that's what age and wisdom gives to us. All right. There's certain things I feel like I have overstanding. Certain things I'm still within understanding. I'm still going through it. And even when you go through overstanding, sometimes you may end up going back through a similar situation, but you still have that calmness to you because you see it part of like, okay, I understand this cycle, and you let it play out, you know. So, O you Atan Rabu Mukdalu, 24 elders, your age and your wisdom is your key to understanding that which was only understood by the minds of the youth. O you Atan Rabu Mukdalu, 24 elders, your age and with your age and with that comes your experience over years of observation and years of involvement is your key to understand which was only understood by the lives of youth. O you Pa Atan Rabu Mugdalu, 24 elders, you have the great responsibility to guide the youth of our tribe of Nuwapu Nuwapians not to make the same mistakes you made in your youth when you understand what you should have overstood of our true ways. Munuap, be the best examples is one who has experience. Oh, the best of the examples is one who has experience, who has crossed the sands of life's pains and sufferings. The best of examples is the ones who have experience, who has the swam of waters of life's pains and the fareless or happiness. The best of examples is one who has experience, who has flown the skies of life's days and shadow hours. You Pa Atan Rabu Mugdalu, 24 elders, are the best of examples, the ones who have experienced the spirit of Anuk or Anak, life, and accept the Ka spirit of Mawat's death as it comes near your Katat's body, and know the importance of respecting our Salafu ancestors in the Ba soul realm, for you will join them soon and become one of whom your own family will depend on for help and guidance from the soul realm. All right. I want to go back to 226. O Pa Atan Rabu Mugdalu, 24 elders, You have the great responsibility to guide the youth of our tribe of Nuwapu. Nuwapi is not to make the same mistakes you made in your youth. When you understand what you should have understood of our true way, Wunuwap. All right? So the reality is when you're teaching somebody and you're guiding somebody through something. All right? And it's okay to share your experiences. A lot of times I realize that a lot of elders or people in general, they keep shame over life experiences, things they should have done differently or didn't do. All right. It's not in vain if you can share that experience to prevent somebody else from going through that. A lot of times that is your role. All right. Especially as we came from the moon cycle, we're ushering in into the sun cycle. Be okay with being a cautionary tale. All right. That's our shook too. All right. And that's why, from what I had seen and the pain that was happening with the disappointment with what some of the elders were doing. I'm not saying all the elders, but some of the elders were doing. They would sit on this high horse and judge people for bad decisions that they were making and gossip about them. But in actuality, in some shape or form, they probably did a lot of the same things. And they may have hangups with their own actions, right, that they still haven't amended with. But when you have kind of rounded yourself out and you have gone through certain things, it takes away the shame, all right? And you could just share your story, all right, of things that you shouldn't do this. I'm telling you from experience, all right? And that makes a big difference, all right? So we're going to go back to 231. For you will join them soon and become one of whom your family will depend on from help and guidance from the soul realm. When a Nuwapian female or a male becomes 60 years of age on that very day, if all is well, they are given the white robe with gold embroidered beautifully, and their gold crown and a gold staff with the Anak life on top and an Abat's gold jewels. It's held at the time of Amun-Re as the sun appears to be setting and the sky is gold. All right. So sunset. All right. That's when you're wearing that gold crown. So it's a ritual to be done during sunset. All right. And that's when life is setting, you're being pulled back into noon. All right. So 235. All meet at Paa Taraq, the temple, which has been decorated beautifully with candles and burning incense. Lots of baraf, food of all kinds, are prepared by each family to bring something he or she likes to eat and drink. A makeshift bed is covered in white with decorations and even flowers are set in the center of Paa Taraq, the temple. Hasmuni. All right. All right. Let's continue. All right. Hasmuni. 235. All meet at Paa Taraq, the temple, which has been decorated beautifully with candles and burning incense. Lots of bara food of all kinds are prepared by each family to bring something he or she likes to eat and drink. A makeshift bed is covered with white, with decorations and even flowers are set in the center of Paa Taraq, the temple. Once he or she is all dressed up, and all the family is dressed in their best, Paa Taraq, the elder, is escorted to the bed and lay on the bed and is covered with a gold embroidered weighted blankets, a light weighted blankets, with a hole for only their face to be shown. 240. All then circle around the bed in rows and recite Panashat, the anthem. Paa Taraq, the elder, says, Munen pa paut nakuk atoy wu lama zi kawun bakutni aka paut nakuk sawef rajul nakuk hayahu hayuha taheshmul haya ama Nawapun, Wu Nakuk, Rakuk, Karek, Nakuk, Sawef Tanun, Pa Salafu, Ama, Mushwab, Shawapti, Wu Nakuk, Sawaf, Shawab, Pa, Shayal M, Nawalu, Yaka, Nadoy, Hayani, which says, from the all-expanding, the consults, I come, and when it's my time to the all-expanding, I will return. I have lived a wonderful life as an Nawapian, and I know soon I will join the ancestors as a Mushwab, Shawapti, and I will answer the request of those who call on me. Paa Taraq, the elder, says, Nakuk Anud Naut Kawaf. I have no fear. Nakuk Anud Naut Kawaf. I have no fear. Nakuk Anud Naut Kawaf. I have no fear. Khaled Dabur. And all says, I Katat Yatoy Manuf Afar Wu Sawef Kawun Rajuha Aka Afar, which says, my body comes from dust and will be returned to ashes. Mudakdabar Nakuk Rabug Lakai Kawun, whichever is their choice after transforming. I wish, desire, elder says, I wish to be. All right? I wish or desire. I wish to be blank. All right? So that is part one of the scroll. All right. So the floor is open before we move to part two. If anybody has anything to say. All right. So we're going to take a pause right here. Rahabat Mossad. And we are continuing with our live reading from the scroll, The 24 Elders, Master Secret, series number 24. Ashuk. Let's continue. All right. So we're on part two of this scroll. The Master Secret, Pa Atanu Rabu Mugdalu, the 24 Elders, Revelations chapter 19, verses 1 through 10. The elder can read it if they don't remember it, or can have a helper. Then all the congregation says, Anun Sawuf Nadoy Hayan Atat, or Antak. We will call on you. Anun Sawaf Shalil Antat, or Atak. we will ask for you. Anun Sawef, Abedin Nasoy Atat Antak, Awal Farek Munen Antak or Antak. We will never forget you or separate from you. Antat or Antak, Ater Mushwabni. You are Mushwabni, my Sawapti. Anun Ashuk Antat or Antak. We love you. All say the Mudaku Ranan elder's name. The blanket is removed and the elder sits up on the bed as each person comes up and kisses on each side of the face and hugs the elder, looks into their eyes and say, I love you. The circles start to rotate around in a circle as music starts to play. Once all are finished greeting the elder is escorted to a throne, seated, and asked, what would you like to eat? Then the meal of the elder's choice is given to the elder. Once the elder takes the first bite or drink, then all others can begin to eat, yet not before, and celebrate, dance, and sing. Each person or family presents the elder with an envelope with some money as a gift. The elder is attended to by all, treated as a nadara overseer. You don't turn your back on them. You half bow when you pass. Give full respect. This is a joyous ritual of music, food, and dance. That is the elder's ritual. If two fall on the same day, you set up two beds. The same treatment is for both female elders and male elders. 242. Pa Mugdal, the elder says, Nuwapians, Nuwapu, have the utmost respect for your Mugdalu, elders, for each of you will one day lay in that bed. The ritual is called Sawabat, Zamut, Answers Day. It is not about Mawat's death. It is not about fearing Mawat's death. It is about knowing each Yasar family member personally and making an etheric link to them that day. It's about a love connection between the elder and each Nuwapu Nuwapian. It's Masak music, its joy, and its happiness. It's bringing back our ancient rituals of living in both Tapaltui worlds. Each Nuwapu Nuwapian will translate to the other Tapal world, and we all wish to keep a connection with them and them with us. To the elders of Wunuwap, I appeal as a fellow elder, a witness of our soon translation to everlasting spiritual life, and a Mushwabu, one who answers. I also know the sufferings and the joys of this physical life and the pain that comes to the body in old age. Yet I know soon there will be no more pain. I am one who will also share in the glory to be revealed. Be a Mushwabu, one who answers for Pa Nadaru, the overseers living in the physical world. For they will be under our care as we are serving as Mundaru, overseers. Not because you must, yet because you are willing, as Pa Nadaru, the overseers, wants you to be. Not selfish, yet eager to serve. Looking over those entrusted to you and who trust you, as you are always an example to the Yasar family. And when that time comes and your Nasabu relatives appear, you will receive the crown of gold and glory. That means you will never fade away. I regard you as a devoted elder. I encourage you to be strong without Kawafat's fears. I know you will be testifying in the underworld, and all will be well. That you, Mugdal elder, will receive true grace of Pa Nataru, the overseers. That your Ba soul will be clean, and your Abab heart will be lighter than a Shatat's feather, and you will answer all the questions asked of you. You will stand fast and strong, being fully in self-control and alert. And that's Amut, devourer, will not devour your Jasad flesh, as your Abab hearts have balanced the scales against the Shatat's feather of Ma'ats. And your Ka spirit, Ba soul, Akak, etheric self, will fly free to Sabatat, Wu Sa'ahat, Sirius and Orion star systems to meet with those who await you. Here are the 42 confessions. I have not been wicked. I have not harmed anyone to steal. I, in fact, have not stolen. I have not hurt anyone or killed anyone. I have not lied when it comes to giving. I have not avoided my obligations. I have not abused that which is for the Nataru. I have not spoken lies. I have not slandered. I have not set out to hurt anyone physically. I have not committed fornications. I have not broken anyone's heart. I have not deceived others. I have not gone back on my promises. I have not betrayed others or anyone. I have not worked. I have not betrayed others or anyone. I have worked, never acted crazy. I have minded my own business. I have not gossiped about others. I only became angry and wrathful when justified. I have not slept with another person's mates. I have not been a mean person. I have not abused my physical body. I have not terrorized others. I have not acted insane or out of control. I have not ignored the facts. I have not caused others grief. I have not been disrespectful. I have not been a troublemaker. I have not prejudged others. I have not looked for the worst in others. I have not exaggerated when I teach the words. I am not a tyrant. I have not undermined our master. I have not spoiled our clean waters. I have not used vulgarities. I have not blasphemed the Nataru. I do not steal. I have not abused and misused what the Nataru have revealed. I have not stolen from the graves of the ancestors. I have not stolen the smallest thing. I have not even stolen the smallest thing. I have not violated nor disrespected my original homeland. I have not offered, sacrificed, or slaughtered animals to the overseers. You will have to confirm all of these once asked in the judgment hall before two Ma'ats, Anpu, Amat, Dahutri, Har, Asar, and 42 assessors. Your emotional being symbolized by your heart to weigh against a feather's weight. Will you Nuwapians be able to confirm all the above? The reason why the Nathartat Ma'at is twofold or double is to ask the first three inquiries to receive and protect the truth, the fact. Each human born had three attributes attributed to them. That's your good Ranan name. All right. What is the name of your body? Did you take care of it? All right. And then that's your own Ranan name. What is your spirit? Did you live a spiritual life? All right. And that is your hidden name. What is the name of your soul? Did you control your emotional being? All right. So your different dimensions. Your physical body is being judged. Your spiritual body being judged. Your spiritual body being judged. Your emotional body. All right. I'm going to say emotional body, your soul body. All which watch to see how you answer your true being and your shadow being. All right. Answer the first 3 questions, 21 female beings and 21 male beings. 1 for each of the 21 inquiries. They equal 42 confessions and 42 answers in all. The first 3 plus 42 equals 45. When you first appear, you will hear, can we ask you a question? Can you keep a secret, and what is your name? How you answer will result in whether you move to the next 9 levels of gates. So Rananun, a name, is very important to a Nuwapian, and its tone and vibration, how it links one to both alive and in the spirit world, underworld. So you should not carry names, attributes, titles of others, tongues, or languages that vibrate on their own spirit frequencies as connected to their beliefs, devotions, faiths, religions, or cultures that do not relate to your own ancestors or nature. The spirit beings linked to you. For every time a name is mentioned or called out, or thoughts said in any way, vocal or mentally, all the beings, both in the physical world near enough to hear it, because they have the same name, and those who have passed over to the spirit realm, hear the name and turn towards it and come close to see if they can enter back into this world by way of your body. The ones related to your ancestors protect you, yet the others, none related to your genes, can be wicked and try to enter to use you. So you should not have European names. You are not a Kakasu, a Caucasian, or Asian names. You are not Magalu, Mongoloid, or Asian Indian names. You are not Javaru, Indian, or Indian Arabic names. You are not Arabu, Arabians, and so on. Now, if you are mixed, then it would be wise to take an ancient ancestor's name from Nuwapic Egyptian language to link back to the original DNA, linked to the Akaku oversouls, as they say in their Bible in Proverbs chapter 10, verse 7. The memory of the just is blessed, but the name of the wicked shall rot. And about bad names, in Proverbs chapter 22, verses 1, a good name is rather be chosen than great riches, and loving favor rather than a silver and gold about good names. So they know about the power of names. So you should replace what you're being called or were called, so as to not attract unwelcome people or specters into your life just by living with a foreign name or vibration that would draw people or person or spirit at you for their own reasons. Mind your mind for the jewels of your soul. 272. The living youth must learn to respect the living elders, for in Wakut's time to come, they will be an elder, and once they have transformed from the physical world of Jasad flesh, Ajam bone, and Amam blood, to become Ka spirit, Ba soul, and Akak ether too. Then they, the once living elder, in this physical world will become the contact in the then living etheric world of Ba Soul, Akak, soul and ether. All right. So our elders are going to become our contacts on the other side. All right. It's important to respect them on this side, because that relationship continues even if they transcend. 274, the elder living now is the link to the Mufazu guardians living in the spirit world beyond all Jasad flesh, Ajam bone, and Damam blood. The Mukdal elder living now is a link to the Salafu ancestors and Mukdalu elders for your guidance, who will speak on your behalf in the Ka spirit realm, to which you all will return. Be it by age or illness or accident, you will all enter Pa Ka Tapa, the spirit world, and must be greeted by an elder. You must learn to respect Pa Mugdalu, the elders, for you, the living, need them much more than they need you. 279. Mawat's death will come as sure as Ladad birth did. Natatat seeds to a new seed, cell to Sakafat cells, to Ajamat's bones, Jasad flesh to Jasad flesh, Damam blood to Damam blood, Tadad conception, Ladad, birth, to babe, Qarad, child, youth, elder, death, dust to ashes. Your long walk on this short path, for living is short, and life after death is long. All right. We talk about rounding ourselves out. All right. That's one of our jobs of incarnating, to round yourself out. Imagine how much you had to round out. 24, you had to go over around 24,000 genomes. All right. 24,000 cycle. And you're doing all that on a short path. Rahubat Linky, Zamaltat.
Rahubat, I wanted to ask the elder that's going to meet us on the other side. I may have missed that part. My connectivity is very bad today. Will it be a relative or just any elder?
It's gonna be both. But within the tribe, that's why we call it Musar, Nuwapi and Musar family. So the reality is that as we become, that's what that whole ritual is. Earlier, when they lay in the bed and then they sit up and we all make contact with them, we're making an etheric link, all right, so that can proceed on the other side. Because some of us may, like, there's some people that's adopted, for example, they may not necessarily know their family, or their family didn't necessarily adhere to Wunuwap. You want a guide, a person in the same spiritual family as you, if that makes sense.
So will this mean then, or rather emphasize the importance of building a community? Like, that's why everyone comes together, so that you get to interact with the different elders, so that it helps, I guess, at some point when that time comes.
Right. And then notice that how we're supposed to be living. Eventually, we're supposed to go back to that, because in each village, each community should have their elders at the head of each community, their trusted elders. But all the people who get of that age, whether they're the 24 elders or one of the elders in general, as you become like 60 years old and older, you're supposed to go through that ritual. Because you're supposed to, whoever needs to call on your wisdom, guidance, they can still make that connection to you on that other side. Because there's people who's not related to me who has affected me throughout my life, related and not related to me, that I wouldn't necessarily be where I am without them, you know? So just because they cross over on the other side, I might still want to pull on their wisdom. And if I've made a strong enough link, I could perhaps do that.
Wow, yeah, no, I can relate to that. Living in a village, I know majority of the elders around here, and before things changed, they used to have a gathering in the, what will that be? Sort of like a chief's place, even though it's not a chief. So like everyone would come together, yeah, call it a gathering. So if you've done something wrong, you can go there, and then the elders will sit and talk to you, and sort of like advise you on the do's and don'ts of life. So like um I remember listening to one lady saying that we never used to have prisons in South Africa, I mean in Africa in general, until the other races came, because it was all about community. If you did something wrong, you will be called in, and then the elders will just speak to you and advise you and make sure that you didn't do that anymore. So I can relate to that portion of the scripture in that sense. Tautat.
Hmm. There's another ritual that I don't remember where in Africa, but it was like where somebody, maybe it's the same ritual that you're talking about, but it's like when somebody does something wrong that they should have knew that was hurtful to themselves or somebody else, they're called into a circle, and the community gathers around them, and the community reminds them of all the great things about themselves as a way of healing them and reminding them about the goodness about themselves. I don't know if that's the same ritual. Uh,
Yeah, I've heard about that. I think I read it. I read about it somewhere a few years back. But yeah, um, here it was not like that. They will just talk to you, and
mm,
yeah, I mean, I've never attended one, because obviously only the elders would be there. But I know that even as a young person, even to this day, the remnants of it are still there. If my neighbor or anyone does something to me, I can go to the tribal authority, even though it's in another village, because we have a tribal council, and sort of like report that person instead of going to the police. And then they will call that person, and then they will discuss it. And today, because things obviously have changed, they can even fine them, or yeah, like instruct them to pay me back if they have done something wrong. And there is still more respect for that versus the sort of like police institution. I mean, our police aren't as, they are nowhere near yours in America, but yeah, I think people respect the traditional aspect of it more versus going to report them to the police. Like you will get your issues resolved faster. They still have more reverence for the traditional authorities versus if I were to go directly to the police station and report them. They'll be like, why didn't you speak to them? Did you speak to the family? Like you are supposed to go through those channels first before going to the police. It's almost like the police station is the last resort. If you have tried everything else and then it didn't work, then you end up there. So yeah, it's very interesting. Thank you.
I appreciate you sharing that. It makes me think of when I took a tour through I forgot the name of the place. I forgot the name of the place, but I was in Ghana, and when I was taking a tour, and they were explaining how, like, that whole institution that you're explaining in the reverence to the elders, um, how it was attacked from the colonial forces because they made themselves the authority. And the idea was to get the people to trust their authority over their own tribal leaders. And that caused a lot of problem too. But they exploited that, there's always going to be corruption in some shape or form. So, um, yeah, it just kind of shows how they exploited the exploitation that was already taking place and made the people trust in the outside authorities more. But I see a lot of African countries like Burkina Faso. I think it's Burkina Faso that they just outlawed wearing those white wigs. All right, and they have to wear their traditional hat now. I can't remember the country, but it's very nice to see us going back to our trusting our own ways again, our own judgment, and you see how we've been attacked, to put outside our mind. I appreciate you sharing that, Zamalta. Let's continue.
Oh,
So,
I wanted to say
uh-huh.
something.
Oh yes.
It was Burkina Faso. You were
Oh,
correct. And what you mentioned about the elders putting you in a circle,
mm-hmm.
I literally had a dream about that my elders put me in a circle and they were actually celebrating around me and they were calling me Earth. That's the name they gave me while they were celebrating and moving around me. And it was mostly women. It was a joyous occasion, but yeah, that vision actually came to me. Right?
Wow, that's
So
beautiful.
yeah, so I know I made a connection with them.
Mhm.
So when you said that, I thought, wow, that's what experience I had.
You actually had that experience, but it's
Yeah,
actually a ritual that is being taken place somewhere. Yeah.
mhm.
Mm.
Okay, I yield.
No, tell her for sharing that. And you see how we are etherically connected. A lot of times you think you're dreaming, it's your imagination, but sometimes it's a genetic memory or it's an etheric connection. All right. And that's why we're being called to come back home to ourselves. All right. So that we can get back there at will. And it's not just by chance anymore. All right. You learn how to create the environments to go specifically where you're going, who you want to talk to, and what you need. All right. So that's beautiful. All right. 282. Your Jasad flesh is living. Your Ka spirit is alive. Your Ba soul lives on and on. Protect the babe. Guide the youth. And listen to and respect your elders. O Athan Rabu Mukdalu. 24 elders. Earn that much needed respect by acting the part you play in life no more. All right. I'm just thinking, I have elders. Some elders, they do mean me well. Some of them, like some people are older, they don't necessarily mean me well. They sit here and study to find all the things that I'm doing wrong, all right, to try to humiliate me. All right. That makes you lose the respect. The whole fact of the matter is that we need the guidance of the elders. All right. And you want to speak life into the youth. Because a lot of times if you really watch the youth, you'll always catch a youth doing something wrong. All right. And it's for you to say, hey, stop that. This is why. And once you lose the respect of that, then we're in trouble. So it's important never to abuse that. And that the youth knows that I'm just telling you this because I care. All right. That's a much different thing than I'm just trying to tell you this because who you think you are. And when you think about that circle that Zamaltat Sakamtat, she was in, and that really exists, that the elders speak life into you, all right, to remind you of who you are. so that you can still maintain that connection through your entire, because there's so many things that's put here to sever us. All right. And that's what we're protecting. We're protecting that connection with ourselves and those who come behind us. All right. And knowing that our elders, they're not telling us, like, we have to start trusting them. Where we go to our elders, we don't go to other people's authority. All right. We go to our own elders, because we trust our elders, that our elders are looking out for us. All right. So 285, be the best example for the youth. Yaye atanu, rabu mukdalu. All 24 elders, your journey in this life is your scrolls of wisdom. Share them with the youth. I send you as facts amongst liars. All right. So stop being ashamed of things that you've done and overcome. All right. People try to come and judge me like, oh, Noontet this, Noontet that. That's okay. All right. I'm not saying that they're just judging me. I'm just giving me as an example. If they do, I don't have a hang up about not always having it together. At one point, I didn't. All right. Because if I did, I wouldn't study. I would just actually I would dematerialize and be wherever else I need to be. So obviously I'm working through something. So what's there to have a hang up about that? All right. So you don't have to have a hang up about your journey. You knew better. Things that you did, you shouldn't have partaken in, things you overcame. That's a beautiful story to share with somebody else. All right. Whose life you may save, for example. All right. And sometimes we judge the people we should be learning from. All right. You can learn from people who did the right thing. You can learn from people who didn't do the right thing. And if you're honest with yourself, a lot of times you'll play both parts if you're an older. All right. And play it, and play that part. All right. So your journey in this life is your scrolls of wisdom. Share them with the youth. I remember sometimes, like, I would just come across elders and they would just start telling me their whole life story and things that they did and what they used to do, good and bad times. And they would just take me through a journey through their life. And it was like I was walking right beside them and I see the trouble they got themselves into and got themselves out. And it was like said with love. And I could still remember, you know. So you also let go of that shame. And that actually is cathartic for yourself, because it helps you to let go of those anchors so that you could be a little bit lighter on the other side, all right, of ether. All right. So I send you as facts among liars. By these Madatat's words will you know me. Be to all you meet along this long walk on the short path as wise as Zahutwi and as harmless as Kamorat doves. I am in deeds and actions, the ancient of days and shadow hours, the shift in time, the blink of the eye of Reye. Ray is or upon you. I have been known by many names, titles, attributes, and still beyond time. I am Dati, Dadhi, Dahutwi, Megastus, one essence, yet three in one aspect. My symbol is Padat, Tet, Tut, Tat, Dahutwi, or Tahuti, Jahudi, Fa, Ningasida, Al-Qadir, Akut, Melchizedek, Galzu, Malachi Zadok, Black Thunderbird Eagle. I was there, which is here, when the Pa Madats, the word was Natuka, spoken. 296. It does not matter who among the living doubts who I am. What I do says I am who I am, no more, no less. The first thing you teach them is each person creates their own luck. Nothing just happens, no such thing as chance. You are the best at what you do if you are doing your best. Each of you are who you are and make the best of it. I love that. Like, stop comparing yourself to other people. All right, you are who you are. Make the best of it. All right. A lot of times people are looking in other people's backyard and grass, and they don't see the hard work, or they don't see the sacrifices, the hard work, and they might be what's that word called? Envious of somebody else's things that they created themselves, but they wouldn't want the path that it took to get there. All right. So the reality is, make the best of your situation and who you are. All right. 304. The Bible and the Quran are not the books for Nagaru Negroids, whom they call Abadu slaves, or Mubaru, ones who are slaves. In Old Testament, Jeremiah chapter 2, verses 14, New Testament, Titus chapter 2, verses 9 through 10. And then the Quran, chapter 4, verses 92. The people of those Safahat's books in the Bible and Quran, or Adamu, Adamites, let's just say are, it's supposed to say are. The people in the books of the Quran and Bible are Adamites, Adamu, Kananu, Canaanites, Anashu, Enosites, Sayethel, Sethites, Gabaru, Geberites, on to the Kaanu, Canaanites, Edomites, Shashu, Shashasu, that's Israelites, Yashuma, Ishmaelites, and others of their books, the Jews, the Christians, and the Muslims. All of those Abraham's religions say it is lawful to have other people as slaves or servants. All right, they do say it even tells you how to value the slaves and servants. All right, Abraham had and Sarah had a slave that she had no say in her own reproductive system. All right, how do you give somebody to somebody else and say, go impregnate her so I may have a son through her? All right, so you own not only her, but you own the child. But now that I have my own child, I don't need her no more, or her son, so send them away. And that wasn't seen as, God didn't punish them for that. All right. 307. It does not matter what their deity says about how to treat them. Their God, Allah Ajah, approves of slaves. And what race of people were their slaves? Afafre Kaahu, African, Nagaru, Negroids. And where did the slaves come from? Africa, or Negro land, all right? Where was Hagar from? Hagar was from Egypt, all right, in Africa. Their religions treated our Nagar Salafu Negroes ancestors as slaves, servants, animals, or subhuman. Even if Muslims claim this is not true, or Moorish Muslims make the same claim, you ask them, was the Bible called an ex-slave? I asked them, was Bilal, Asmuni Bilal, called an ex-slave, as well as Zaid and Washi and others? And where did they come from? Afafre Ka'a, Africa. All right. So Muslims and Moors, they love to deny, but you find stories right in there. You could even just go to the simple one, Abraham. All right, because Abraham is acknowledged in the Bible and the Quran. All right. So the Bible and the Quran and the deities of them are the same, thus condoning them to have Negro slaves as well as other slaves, and they abused them. There's no place in those religions of Abraham or Abraham for you, Afafre Kaahu, Africans. And Abraham had slaves too. In Genesis chapter 24, verses 2 through 3. This is the way their religions treated Afafre Kaahu, Africans, as slaves, servants, maids, handmaids from Makmat, Egypt, which is in Afafre Ka, Africa. Sarah, wife of Abraham, gave his African Zazaz Tats woman, or gave this African Zazaz Tats woman to be used and abused. All right, Genesis chapter 16, verses 1 through 4. Did anybody ask Hagar? And how did Hagar feel? Hagar was very hurt. All right, and she was being abused by and treated harshly by Sarah. And what did the angel tell Hagar to do? Go back and take it. Said, go and submit yourself unto Sarah's hands. That's what the angel said. All right. So 3:17, Moses' sister did not want Moses to marry an Afafre Kaahu, Zazaz Tat's African woman. In Numbers chapter 12, verses 1. The Bible and Quranic people were not Negroid. They were in fact racist. Stop the lies. They used and abused Nagaru Negroids just as they do this day. Yet, the end of the use and the abuse has come as of 2000 AD, which is 6,000 years. 3:21. If you work for them as a slave or servant, you are now called an employee. Have your own hidden reason to plan to help Afafre Ka, Africa, and only until you can stand on your own. Our day and time has come. All right. So if you're working for them, which technically I'm still a slave. All right. I clock in, clock out. But you should be planning your escape. Don't be comfortable. All right. Don't be a comfortable victim. All right. You should be planning your escape on how you're going to stand on your own and get back to Africa. Get back to your people. All right. Afafre Ka, Africa, will have the oil, wealth, and world power. And you, Afafre Ka, who Africans represent self and kind. The 6,000 years given to Kaanu Canaanites by Pa Tananu, Mutnanu, the Draconians of evil, have ended. They have no more protections. Their draconian deities have departed. All right. So they have been abandoned. All right. And that's why you see their technology. All right. Those astronauts, I think they were supposed to be in space for 8 days. They're still floating up there, those 2 astronauts. All right. And then look at the technology. Everything's falling apart. The airplanes exploded and everything. And that's a testimony that this whole time, these extraterrestrials were doing these things on behalf of the Caucasians. All right. And now you watch everything crumble apart. All right. Or the upgrades. They don't have the necessary things to keep a system going because the reality, they were just the face the whole time. All right. They have been deserted. Their Kaahu, Makmahu, Pleiadians, birth parents have also departed. Their Murmadu graves have left to pick them up and transport them to become food for their Gadadu gods, Elohim, Alahats, Anunnaki, Anakims, cherubim, flesh eaters, Pa, Denwen, fiery serpent deities, who are shapeshifters, as well as Anaku, Anunnaki, who can take on human form. And as we called them, Amhehu, Wu, Shazamu. All right. So they left them. And not just that, if they have any interest in them, it's to be fooled. Bob's trying to get you off of their menu. All right. It's get out of their get off of their grid. All right, the Mesopotamian gods. All right, who don't really have much use for them at this point. All right, 328. And as Lawitananu, Leviathan, whom we call Neheb, Kaahu, Nehibu, Kau. 329. They come in many shapes, forms, and all Salalu races. He is what they call Pa Mudwal, the devil, of the disagreeable seed. Don't be deceived by Rananat's names. Anunnaki can be Wawed, good, or Dawal, evil. And Elohim can be Wawed, good, or Dawal, evil. Or Malakim can be Wawed, good, or Dawal, evil. 333. Allahats can be Wawed, good, or Dawal, evil. Gods can be good or Dawal, evil. And people can be both Wawed, good, or Dawal, evil. Now, look at yourself. Do you think good things or do you think evil things? Do you always see the worst in others or do you look for the good in others? Do you help or do you find fault? Look at yourself and know your inner 29 voices may have been lying to you and using you. Are you in control of your unique self? Or are your Kaya Salafu spirit ancestors controlling you? Or others you have mixed with sexually by kissing or by intercourse? If you think you're better looking than others, it's your inner voice. If you think that you're better than others, it's your inner voice. If you think lust, sex pleasure more than is natural, it's your inner voice. If you think riches, wealth, luxuries, money, jewels, greed, it's your inner voice. Your inner voices. All right. 344. If you think I want to be a star, a model, a singer, an actor, a dancer, to be seen, to be heard, not for Kadab culture, yet for fame, it is your inner voices. If you see fault in others, you're not in your own unique self, it's your own inner voices. It's your inner voices. All right. That's why I like that book, The Black Devils. All right. Because a lot of times people was like, when that book came out, that a black devil? I don't know who's who. That a black devil? I saw that person still before. That person's lying. All right. Does that person have something to do about being locked up? All these black devils. All right. But you're missing the point. All right. All that might be true. But the reality is that you're seeing what's wrong with everybody else. All right. And so you think you're going to be in that stench and none of it's going to be on you. You're delusional. All right. I remember somebody saying if somebody in your family's sick, then you all take the medicine. All right. Because the reality you got you that how is it explained? You guys are all exposed to the same bug. All right. And it might play out in you in a more subtle way than you realize. All right. So if you see fault in others, you're not in your own unique self. It's your inner voices. If you have no love and respect for others and always seek to be respected, it's your inner voices. If you wish to walk alone, hang out at nights, watch porn, go to strip clubs, and party all the time, it's your inner voices. Now, how do you separate the unique you and your inner voices? How do you separate the unique you, your own voice, from the inner voices? 350. You listen for the you who does not think and feel all the above feelings. Wants, desire, lust, greed. The one who cares, the one who shares, the one who hears. You who have been elected to be the elect, remind the Nuapu Nuapians to be subject to Wunuwap Paa Taraq. All right? To the Nuapian the way. All right. So it makes me also how Baba worded it. It says, you listen for the you who does not think and feel all the above feelings, wants, desires, lust, and greed. The one who cares, the one who shares, the one who hears. All right. So the fact of the matter is that we all hear these different things at different times. I'm better than that person, or this, or I want to eat extra, or whatever the case is. At different times you hear it. But you remember, all right, to link to the one that rises above that. All right. And a lot of times we like to pretend we don't feel and don't have certain things. All right. And it's coming out while you looking at the other person's inner voices and you do something in a different way. All right. Because we all get these different inclinations and thoughts at times. Like, I can't say that none of this, I don't experience none of this at a point in time, but at the same time, that's why Baba says live by soul, not spirit. So a lot of times I'm able to, you know, remember, all right? And it becomes a passing thought rather than something that I'm just permeating on and feeding, all right? Because I still got 29, including experiences on top of my 29, all right? So there's different things that come in and out, all right? So you listen for the you. So that's what I do. Or take a moment to breathe through it, work through it, all right? So listen for the you who does not think and feel all the above feelings, wants, desires, lust, and greed, the one who cares, the one who shares, the one who hears. You who have been elected to be the elect, remind the Nuapu Nuapians to be subject to Wunuwap Paa Taraq. Remind the Nuapu Nuapians to be respectful of authorities. Remind the Nuapu Nuapians to be obedient, to be ready to do whatever is good. Remind the Nuapu Nuapians to never slander Nuapu Nuapians. All right? Remind the Nuapians never to gossip about Nuapians. Remind the Nuapians to be loving, kind, and peaceful, and considerate, and to show true humility towards each other. Remind the Nuapians that at one time you yourself were foolish, disobedient, deceived into spookism and false religions of other races who enslaved you. Remind the Nuapians, Nuapu, that at one time you yourself was a wannabe of all kinds of ways of life and passions and pleasures. All right? You wanted to be a star, or you wanted to be Asian, or whatever you wanted to be. All right? You wanted to be a little lighter, or whatever you aren't. All right? You wanted to be a celebrity so people could look up to you. Basketball player, whatever the case is. You wanted to be Arab. All right? Remind the Nuapians that at one time you yourself lived in malice and envy, being hated and hating on one another and others. All right? A lot of us like to pretend like, no, I was always good. I wasn't always necessarily good. I mean, I don't consider myself bad, but I had some growing to do, learning to do, healing to do. Because what sickness is normalized. All right? However, However, right, when you were reborn into Wunawap, the newborn knows kindness, the love of Panadaru, the overseers, and all Nuwapu Nuwapians, one Yasar, family, one Shabbat, tribe, one clan. And how I, Baabaa Yaanun, have come to save you. Your Savior has appeared in the Jasad flesh for you. I am the master teacher, no more, no less, to save you all, by the facts, the truth that freed our Akalat minds, Katatat bodies, and Ka's spirit, and Ba soul, from Pahajah Shalal Tajal, the spell of ignorance. All right. Think about all the ways you lived in ignorance that took a toll on any aspect of your being. From your physical body, you took, they said to drink milk, or whatever the case is they told you to do. All right. Eat 5 to 7 servings of bread to stay healthy. And when you went back to doing the things that's in tune with your own nature, how much relief that your body felt. All right. So even from your mind, the confusion that you had, all right, and when you got the facts about yourself, the liberation that you experienced, that your emotions and all that, you realize that all parts of you is being liberated as you return back to yourself. All right. 365, to save you, and will save you by way of these truths through the facts of Wunuwap. 366, speak Nuwapi, Ranan chants Nuwapic, Ganan sing Nuwapic or Nuwapui, teach Nuwapui, for it is a transforming, for it is transforming of your inner Sawat's voice, your unique voice. All right. And I can say that that's true. It does develop your unique voice. Because I did notice that the sound of my voice improved when I started chanting. And even the caliber of my thoughts. All right. So the reality, it is an exercise for that inner voice to get stronger, because a lot of times you have all these other voices. All right. With all these different natures in it. And then you'll notice that that other voice connects differently. 367. This is your rebirth, your renewed Khatat's body, to make free your immortal Ba soul, whom I poured out onto all who will let me in. All right. So let's read that again. This is your rebirth, your renewed Khatat's body, to make free your immortal Ba soul, whom I poured out onto all who will let me in. All right. So want for your brother and sister for what you want for yourself. The Bible said I could breathe my life into you. Why you want to go parade that that's one of your inner voices doing that. The reality is for all who can receive it. All right. If your genetics and your mentality and your character and all that, then you remove those blocks and those illusions of separation, and you share in that same spirit. All right. So 360, I visit you in your dreams. I visit you as a stranger, Tayor bird, and I visit you. You, Pa Atan Rabu, Mukdalu, the 24 elders, are to stress these things so that those who have accepted me will be redeemed. Be careful to devote yourselves to doing what is good. These things given to you in Wunuwap are excellent and profitable for all Nagaru Negroids and those who accept. Don't be deceived by those on the outside looking in. They only seek to put you back to death. Avoid foolish controversies and arguments with those who have fallen back to sleep as dead. Waste not one moment with their arguments. All right. Different controversies. All right. Whether I met Baba or not, whether I'm his mate or not, that's a foolish controversy for you. How does that affect you? I'm giving it as an example. That could become a distraction for your soul journey. All right. It's a foolish controversy of who I am or who I'm not. I'm using me as an example because I don't want to talk about other people's business. But there's been many examples of that. All right. And you realize that that's conversation, arguments of the sleeping or the dead. All right. They sleep as dead. Avoid quarrels about who is who. All right. Time will tell. Sadak truth from half truth and outright katabat lies. All right. Time will dispel and unwrap. Because you know what they say? A lie travels fast, but truth has endurance. All right. A lie travels faster, but truth will endure. All right. So, for if they lost their Bahu souls, then to whom and to what are you talking? It is unprofitable and useless. One, those who listen, yet walk away from those. One, those who listen and walk away from a divisive person. All right. So you have people that's talking about who is who and this and that, and things that's really not their business. Or maybe it appears to be. I don't know. But they're coming to cause division. All right. You avoid the people causing division, and the people who's listening, you warn them. All right. After the warning, have nothing to do with them. You make sure that a person of a new nature is warped and lost their very soul. Oh, Hasmuni. Let me read that again. 381. You may be sure that a person of a new nature is warped and lost their very soul. They are self-condemned. Nuapians must learn to devote themselves to doing what is good and right in order that they may provide for daily necessities and not live unproductive lives of and by Nuapians. All right, so don't just sit about waiting for others to do things for you. You get up and make life happen for yourself. You be productive. All right. 383. Paa Taraq Mukdalu. The 24 elders. You have a great work to do with our people. Don't let one drop from your hand. Hold them as you would Maya water in your Yadad hand. Don't let their passions rule them and destroy them. Don't let their lust overpower them and enslave their flesh. Don't let yourself become weak when you are depended upon by the youth. All right. So the reality, you are older. You should be exercising. You should be taking care of yourself mentally, stimulating yourself, going for walks, because that helps your memory. That helps everything. All right. Why? Because you have a job to do. All right. You don't want to become a liability for your time. All right. So don't become weak. Why? Because the youth are dependent on you. All right. And they need their elders. 388. No, I am with you all, always, even beyond the Nahai end of this world. Nuapians, as you are to respect Pa'atu Rabu, Mukdalu, the 24 elders, they are also to respect you by being respectful person in all ways. 390, they must be neat. They must be clean. They must be truthful. They must be honest, upright, just, free from fraud, unadulterated. They must be sober, temperate, and subdued. They must not be liars, deceivers, thieves, diseased, lustful, or violent. They must not be angry, quick to anger, mean, small-minded, bad-tempered, miserly, niggardly, or filled with pride, great ego, or egotistical. They must be sound. They must be sound of mind, sane, and sensible. They must be in good health. They must not use any intoxicant drugs. This does not include medicine prescribed by a legal doctor. They must not drink any intoxicants, and they must not smoke any intoxicants. All right. So they smoked a cigarette, they're not going to be a 24 older. All right. So these are things we have to overcome because it compromises. All right. So they live to the highest standards. 4-3. They must perform all their namazats, prayers, and ranamat, chants, and nuwapu, religious rituals, and live wunuwap, our hijab culture. They must respect and follow all the ways of our way, as revealed in our most holy revelations, Paa Taraq, the way. They must be Nuwapians in all ways. They must study, learn, and speak our language, Nuwapui. They must be willing to be judged. They must be tried to be accepted as one of Atun Rabu, Mugdalu, the 24 elders. They must be in tune with myself, Baabaa Yaanun, Dahutwi. They must accept that they can be removed by the tribe by vote for reasons of violation if facts are proven. All right. To judge, one must be willing to be judged. Know yourself and what you are capable of. That can both help you and destroy you. All right. You have to accept both sides of your nature. All right. So you can, a lot of times people don't accept themselves and it plays out in subtle ways. A way that you can, it's hard to keep something or to work on something when you don't even accept that. All right. So you know things about yourself that hinder you or can destroy you, things that help you. All right. You know what you're capable of. All right. 413. Pa Atu Rabu Mukdalu, the 24 elders work as a team. Pa Atu Rabu Mukdalu, the 24 elders should be trusted by all Nuwapians. All right. If you want to be trusted, you have to be trustworthy. All right. When I depart, I leave you to care for my Karadu children, the Nuwapians. These words of this most holy and sacred scripture, your own revelation sent down to you, Nuwapians, is trustworthy, Paa Taraq, the way. And I am your Munzar, warner, only warning you in this day, warning you in this way, the way. Don't reject me, your Munzar, warner. And don't reject this, your guidance and warning, Paa Taraq, the way. Paa Taraq Kawun Taraq Nun. Taraq Nun. The way is our way. All right. So let's read that again. Paa Taraq Kawun Taraq Nun. The way is our way. 419. Now, if any of you sets their Aba hearts to be one of Pa Atan Rabu Mukdamu, the 24 elders, they desire a noble task. Now these chosen Pa Atan Rabu Mukdalu, the 24 elders, must do what is expected of them, and above reproach and evil actions. If male, the elder with just one wife, unless you lived with others before being elected. Paa Atun Rabu Mukdalu, the 24 elders. I'm putting a circle next to that one. 432, because I have a question about that. Okay. 422. A female, an elder, of an elder husband, who only has yourself as a legal wife, unless you live with others before. All right. So I'm guessing from reading both of these that if you're an elder, you can have one wife, or you could have your husband could only have you as a wife if you're one of the 24 elders. If the exception is if you guys were already, if he already had more, but it sounds like he can't take new ones after becoming an elder if he gets that seat. So he had to have already those other wives before he was elected to be a 24 elder. And if you're an elder and your husband is only married to you, he won't be able to take a new wife, all right, after that. It should just be you, unless there was others who lived with him before then. All right. And that makes sense because you got genetic kiss. So, you know, you guys get affected by somebody new. All right. So 423. You all must be temperate, self-control, respectable, hospitable, able to teach, kind, gentle, and warm-hearted, not given to drunkenness, not given to violence or loud talking or unseemly actions or scandal, malicious gossip or slander, not given to outrageous behavior, not scandalous, disgraceful, part of rumors, never quarrelsome, not a lover of money, not a glutton or gluttonous, not given to greed, not given to lust, pornography, or indecent acts of any kind and all kinds. You must first manage your own family well. All right. So are you respected in your own immediate family? All right. If one does not know how to manage and support their own Yasar family, how can they take care of Panataru's overseer's family of Nuwapu Nuwapians? They must not be a recent acceptor of Wunuwap, or they may not know Paa Taraq. All right, so they should be somewhat seasoned, so that they can know. 433. Nor must they live or think the old past schools you were taught. Those should be left behind. Only Pa Hakakta Shalil Hakakat, the actual facts, and Paa Taraq from then on, and Pa Kasasat Shalil Pa Nabab, the narrations of the master, and Pa Halam Mumshayor, the dream walker, and Pa Natak M Pa Nabab Yanun, the sayings of the master Yanun. The past schools are the past, be they Imam or SGL or religious schools, they are the past. They are the old schools. The old schools can cause conceit and cause you to fall under the same judgments and religions of their laws of Lawitanan, Leviathan, Pa Mudwahu, the devils. All right. And there is a lot of that. All right. going on. Conceit. So now you have this holier than thou, self-righteousness, how you deal with people, how you correct people, and all that. All right. 438. You to be a Pa Atan Rabu Mukdalu, the 24 elders, must also have a good reputation with outsiders from Nuapu Nuapians, not to bring disgrace into Wunuap. 439. Pa Atan Rabu Mukdalu, the 24 elders, likewise, are to be worthy of respect, sincere, not indulgent in the devil's world, nor pursuing dishonest gain. You must keep hold of Paa Taraq with clear conscience. All right. So it's not that you never made mistakes. It's that you own your mistakes and you know better and you do better. All right. Because the reality, we all work through something at some point and you've overcome it. You can have a clear conscience. All right. That's how you clear your conscience. All right. Or if you know something is wrong, don't do it in the first place. All right. 441. They each must first be tested, and then if there is nothing against them, then let them serve as one as Pa Atan, Rabu, Mugdalu, the 24 elders. Never be malicious talkers, yet temperate and trustworthy. Those who have served well gain an excellent standing and great assurance in the time to come. Beyond all questions, the mystery of what is to come for those that serve is good news. They are all in the flesh now, yet indicative by Akaku Etherians and seen by Panataru, the overseers. A place is being prepared for them in Sabatat, the Sirius star system, and Sa'ahat, Orion, a great reward. Yet it is recorded that some will abandon Wunuwapu. Some will abandon Nuwapians. Lost souls following deceiving ghosts, spirits, and spookism and become shadows of the truth. Such religious teachings come through hypocritical liars whose consciences have been seared with blind faith. Listen to Pa Atan Rabu Mukdalu, the 24 elders, and Pa Atan Rabu Mukdalu, the 24 elders. Listen to Nuwapu, Nuwapians. Much is expected of you, yet great is your reward. You represent what I teach, and I will represent you, without beginning and without ending. All right. So it's a big job, even especially when he says, religious teachings are coming through hypocritical liars. All right. So you do see, if you start studying, everything sounds deep and nice at first from a distance, and you get closer and you notice that some people do manipulate and play games with our information. All right. So the 24 elders are their job is to keep everything on track. All right. Because it says they become shadows of truth, mixing a little bit of this and still infusing their poison, all right, of past schools. And it sounds good and deep, and it misleads a lot of people. So we are supposed to be protecting if you become a 24 elder, all right, protectors of the way, all right. Represent what I teach, and I will represent you, without beginning and without ending. And that concludes our scroll. All right. So feel free to unmute and share your thoughts about the scroll or what it makes you think about your own journey, if anybody like to share. All
The
right.
thing what
Mm-hmm.
came to mind is when you was reading out what the 24 elders should be like, is that I wanted to actually try and see if I could live up to those high standards. And yeah, why shouldn't we be trying that all to live up to that standard? You know, that's what came to mind.
Mm-hmm. Same for me. And I was like, wow, that's one of the highest things you can ascend to within the physical lifetime in this body. And if you can, like, you know, what you can become for the bigger picture. So it's something I want to aspire to as well. And there's a lot of things I see I need to work on.
Same here. So the book is called The 24 Elders.
Right. The Master Secret, number
Master
24.
Secret. Okay. Yeah, I need to get hold of that. Start practicing.
Right. Right. Just more. Yes, Maltet Linky, I see you.
Yeah, it's I'm finding it to be quite emotional in a sense that Baba has so much faith. Maybe not faith. No, he knows us, and he knows that we can be the 24 elders because he's been here from the beginning of time. And it just makes me feel his love. Like, I don't want to use the belief, like he knows that we can be the 24 elders because it sounds as such to me that it's in our essence, that's who we are. And it's just reminding us because it's written matter of fact and with guidelines, like if you need to get here, this is the path that you need to follow. You can be, you are the 24 elders. That's what it sounds like to me. That's how it reads. Like, yeah, and it's a big responsibility, which makes sense. And at the same time, I can see how difficult it may be for someone who grew up in the schools of religion waiting for a savior. And this is all about you being that savior, being that God, being that goddess, and taking ownership and responsibility for us and for our young people. So yeah, it's a very interesting scroll. Both of them are, and I just feel the love from them, and at the same time, yeah, it's emotional. The love, I feel the love from, yeah, the words touted.
Yeah, I feel it too. And it's reminding me of like in the past that, you know, the ceremony we were talking about earlier about how sometimes when you got off course, you were brought back to the center and sat in the center and everyone stood around you to remind you of who you really are and why you matter. You know, it reminds me of the same ceremony taking place now.
Yeah, Huawei. Which reminds me, I want to thank this is Zamal who sent me 3 books. Yaye Hanan, yeah, he sent me books all the way from New Jersey, and I received them, or rather scrolls, and I received them I think they got here over 3 weeks ago, and I just got them last week because a colleague of mine brought them down from Johannesburg, and we met here. And he had me saying I didn't have any of the master scrolls. So yeah, from Love and Unity. So yeah, I currently have 3 of the master scrolls, and it's just an amazing feeling to have the scrolls and see his pictures. It's like I'm taking them everywhere I move in the house.
That's
So yeah,
beautiful.
I just want to say thank you so much to him. I don't see him here, but yeah, he sent me the scrolls from Love and Unity. Thank you.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's beautiful. That's what the whole care. You know, it's funny. Like I had an old copy of the Breath book, and I was just talking about I really like that book. It's my favorite scroll from Baba. And I was talking about the scroll, and I was like, you know, showing the new copy and the old copy, and a group of sisters, they came together and conspired to buy me the book together. And so now the book means even more to me, because it's like the thought that they took the time to buy that book. So I had the new upgraded, because I said, well, if you have the new one, it's better, but I'm not going to buy the new one since I already have the old one. And then they heard that. And then next thing you know, they surprised me and sent it to me, and they all signed, you know, made a little note. And so now I have an emotional connection, you know, which opened up that scroll more, you know. So it's like reminding each other of, that's another way to remind each other of each other's divinity, you know, and getting back into that. It's not just about sharing information, you know. So that did a lot to my journey. Actually, that did a lot to my spiritual growth, just that little action. And it meant so much to me. So, yeah. Anybody else, anything that they take from this scroll? 24 elders, what do you call that? And introflexion. Yeah, introflexion. Introspection. That's what I would say. Okay, introspection. Anything else? All right. So yeah, it's a lot to, you know, a lot to take in. And I appreciate everybody that's doing the best to be your best selves, you know, as you unpeel the many different layers of all the what's that we have faced, and remembering getting back to that who, or that true voice, and who you really are. And you know, I appreciate everybody that's a reminder for each other, because we're all working through something, if we're honest. So thank you for doing your part, everybody. And before we close out, anybody else like to say anything? Okay, with that being said, Ashuk and Wadu.
Tauko, Ashuk, Wadu.
I should.